showcase themselves on 1 and 10. And then the entire field knows who they're chasing. They are chasing Nelly Korda. 3 seconds this year, 4 firsts, 2 major championships, as you spoke of. Going for perhaps the Women's World Golf Hall of Fame right now, coming into the LPGA Hall of Fame as well. She only needs 2 points to get in the LPGA Hall of Fame. She mentioned in her press conference she didn't know how many points she needed. I find that hard to believe. We'll see. I think Nelly's pretty competitive in that stretch. But you're going to have to catch Nelly. Your mindset, however, can't be that. Your mindset has to be eyes on the golf course, eyes on the prize, shot for shot. This golf course is too demanding to get ahead of yourself. Anything thinking about outcome is going to turn into disaster here.
Well, speaking of Hall of Fame points, we've got a Hall of Famer to sort of set the table before we get to Nelly Korda's tee time, as it'll be Lydia Ko and company on the first tee. You mentioned it is the hardest hole, or was the hardest hole 7 years ago. We'll see if these players can get off to a good start as we are underway here in round number 1. About a minute away from their tee time. And what makes this first hole the most difficult on the golf course?
Yeah, you've got bunkers lining both sides there as you take a look down this first hole. 228 to the front of those bunkers, but 265 to cover that one on the left, and very narrow in between the two where most of these players' landing areas will be. The rough here is incredibly deep. Want to stay out of that, especially on this first hole. And then the whole location today is back right, 23 paces on and 7 off that right-hand side. Everything falls off to the right as well. So really tricky coming in over that right bunker with a longer iron.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2026 KPMG Women's PGA Championship. This is the 8:06 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome, from New Zealand, Lydia Ko.
Lydia's won 3 of the 5 women's majors, has not won this one, came close 10 years ago on that playoff loss to Brooke Henderson, who she's playing alongside today. And for just the second time in her career, she's missed cuts in back-to-back majors. Is this the week that her major pursuit in 2026 gets back in gear?
Lydia's best finish in the KPMG was second in 2016.
Please welcome the 2016 KPMG Women's PGA Champion from Canada, Brooke Henderson.
That was the duel with Lydia. Took a birdie on the first playoff hole at Sahalee for Henderson to break through and win what was, at the time, her first major and just her second trip to this tournament. And this club in her hand, always an elite weapon as she tries to find a difficult fairway to hit here at 1.
And no surprise, she won at Sahalee. Super tight landing areas at Sahalee off the tee.
Next on the tee, please welcome, from England, Lottie, Woad.
A 22-year-old playing the best golf. You can't argue that in this group, and maybe top 3 in the world in terms of form, not to mention being a top 5 player now in the world as well. I love the way she reacted to the loss last week. She said she's ready for this week on social media, and all the 3-footers are going in. She's immediately put the disappointment of last Sunday behind her as she pursues her first major title.
Good luck, ladies.
Such a strong collegiate and amateur career. Building on that now on the LPGA.
And couldn't walk one out there any better into the first fairway. 3 very different playing styles. We'll see which style might fit this golf course with a different breeze, a little bit of a different feel. Again, the wet conditions after the rain earlier this week. Everybody sort of figuring things out, as is our crew here on a Thursday in this first round of this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Walking with this trio is Jarena Mendoza. Good morning, Jarena. What do we think about this golf course and how the players are going to tackle it?
But we'll hear from Trina in a second.
Yeah, we'll check in with Trina in just a second. Get that microphone working. She's out there. It's going to be a nice, lovely walk today. We saw the temperatures in the low 60s, very comfortable, and you see everybody still in their sweaters today, which at the beginning of the week, a little bit warmer. We might actually get temperatures into the upper 80s by Sunday. This is going to be a golf course, Susie, that really evolves over the course of 4 days. You might see 4 different golf courses from round 1 to round 4 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, you mentioned the rain in the opening, and certainly that made the fairways a little bit softer, the rough a little bit trickier whenever that rough, deep rough gets wet, and it makes it harder to play out of. The greens, of course, they will change as well based on the wind direction. Today, a little different wind direction than they'll have the next 3 days, so that will make the golf course interesting as well. And then the hole locations. Water comes in play on many of these hole locations. And I do think what this is going to take, too, that we didn't talk about earlier, is, you've got to be aggressive on the conservative hole locations in a major championship, and then you've got to play really stable golf to the hole locations that are tricky or risky. And that's what's going to take that disciplined approach from these players. You want to get ahead of yourself. You see a hole location that looks attractive, and you just can't fall into that at Hazeltine, especially with Carrie Haig doing the setup of this golf course, Matt Weinberger doing the front 9, Carrie doing the back. And they always are tremendous at setting a golf course up, a major, to be fair, but to play like a major. Very challenging and difficult.
Yeah. And again, all that rain earlier in the week, just thickening up what is last night capped at 3-inch rough. Important to find these fairways. Many people talking this week, it's not about how bad or how lucky you get in the lies. You just know that you get over there. Finding greens from the rough this week is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always the case, right? Fairway play is always your best opportunity, but especially at this golf course too, you want to be on the correct side of these fairways for those hole locations that are the tricky ones. That leaves the broader side of the green much more open to you. And then there's tiered greens out here. You want to be on that correct tier so you don't force lag putting all day long to be so spectacular.
And we saw the tee ball of Lydia Ko scoot into this right bunker. And she has built that Hall of Fame career on precision, accuracy, and then a hot putter. It has been okay off the tee this year for Lydia, but when you see someone who's 61st on the LPGA Tour in driving accuracy, you know that it just hasn't been as tight as it was like to be, and she puts herself in a tougher spot to begin this opening round.
Yeah, this bunker, she'll be about 162 to the front of this green. Again, the hole location 23 paces on. It's a long first shot for her off that tee. We talked about avoiding these bunkers on the right, but lie looks good.
And a lovely recovery. Try and heat up the putter from there, but an opening birdie look for Ko. And now Brooke Henderson, who finished 3rd in her first start of the year at the Hilton Tournament of Champions, but hasn't had a top 20 since. And it's been this area of her game the last couple of seasons, just not as tight on approach.
Yeah, I'd probably try to hit this about 145 to that hole location, just left of the camera tower. Oh, she looks like she might have gone right at it. Oh, well done.
Not sure that line's going to be available on Sunday, Susie, but right now you can just you can see the debris kicking up from the green. They're soft enough that you can attack, and this is a green light position here for Lottie.
Yeah, very similar yardage here, and certainly if she goes at that P on that KPMG camera sign, the ball will trickle slightly to her right. See, the fairways look just perfect.
Scoots it forward, gets it onto the proper ledge. A win and a second in 2 of her last 3 starts. Lottie Woad looking for a flyer start as our featured group's underway here in the first round of the KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Free. You guys should tell them about that.
About a minute away from Nelly Korda, Se Young Kim, Hannah Green starting their major pursuit as Nelly seeks rarefied air in the women's game, trying to become the 5th player in women's golf history to win 3 majors in a year and just the 3rd to win the first 3. And if I'm not mistaken, that was just a little tiny yawn from Nelly. So I would imagine that she's in a good, calm place right now if the heart rate is that low to get a little yawn out of thing. But the final moments of reflection before she attempts to win her 3rd major of 2026.
It's a nice strategy, actually. If you're nervous on the first tee, for anybody listening, go ahead and take a few yawns. It helps the oxygen flow.
There's another one. Maybe a half cup of coffee after this tee shot as they're ready here at the first.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 KPMG Women's PGA Championship. This is the 8:17 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome the 2021 KPMG Women's PGA Champion from Florida, Nelly Korda.
There you see that win in 2021 and making her 10th start this year. She set the record 19 under par in terms of relation to par for that. Babe Zaharias, 1950 in B Park 2013. Those are the only 2 that have swept the first 3 majors of the women's season. Korda begins here at the first, looking to join that duo.
Next on the tee, please welcome the 2019.
We'll get back to the other tee shots in a moment, but up to the green, Lydia Ko looking for a lightning bolt start.
Yeah, coming up that slope, should fall slightly right.
And now back to the tee. And the only woman who can say she's won this tournament on this golf course. Hannah Green did it 7 years ago.
Yeah, interesting listening to her press conference. She said, you know, she's a little bit more nervous now, even than she was then. She really didn't think she had an opportunity to win it.
2020 KPMG Women's PGA Champion from the Republic of Korea, Se Young Kim.
So Se Young Kim won it the year before Nelly did in 2020, sandwiched between the 2 ladies that she's playing with today. She set the all-time scoring record at Aronimink in terms of total strokes. So the 2 scoring records in this tournament's history in back-to-back years, playing alongside one another here for the first 2 days at Hazeltine.
She was set up to hit a nice little draw there.
And if you need to go low, she's the one to be able to do it. So 2 in the fairway. Hannah Green finding the bunker down that right-hand side. And what me feel sort of like a title defense in one way for her. Now Brooke Henderson to pay off that great second shot.
That's disappointing. Such a great opportunity there on the difficult first for Birdie.
Putter's actually been really good this season for Brooke. It's been giving herself enough putts for Birdie that have been a part of the challenge. Before she putted, this was the birdie effort from Lottie Woad.
Yeah, it's always interesting on the first when you come out and have a little longer than 20 feet. Tough to get your distance control.
So a little work there for her par. That other group behind is off and running and following them. What a treat. Don't call it a work day, Amelia Duran.
No, I am so excited to get to follow world #1 Nelly Korda and then former KPMG Women's PGA Champion Se-Young Kim and Hannah Green. These conditions are such a major championship test. Today in the morning, driving the golf ball is going to be a premium because of how thick this rough is and bare the greens are. If you're in the rough, it's so difficult to control your landing spots. Bit of a different wind today coming out of the southwest, coming out of the northwest compared to opposite from yesterday. So these players are dealing with a bit of crosswinds that they're not used to. The greens are also very undulated. As a result, getting comfortable on the greens early is going to be key to be able to roll in those birdie putts.
I'm a little jealous of that walk today. That's a good walk for Amelia today.
That's a great walk. Are you kidding me?
Comfortable as well with these conditions. And we talked about the rough. One of the most fascinating things about Hannah Green's win here 7 years ago, and it was a different golf course. It didn't have necessarily the rain that we saw to begin this week. The golf course had a little bit more bounce into it. We might still get that later in the weekend with a more southerly flow and the sun eventually going to make an appearance in this one. Hannah Green was 118th in driving accuracy when she won here 7 years ago. She hit just 57% of her fairways, which Hannah Green doesn't hit a lot of fairways compared to the rest of it, but it'll be interesting to see if you can afford to be wild off the tee and still give yourself a chance. Someone who hasn't been wild off the tee has been Nelly Korda. The numbers speak for themselves. We're going to run through a bunch of crazy numbers. If you look at it from just a pure scoring average standpoint, she's close to +4 in terms of strokes gained total. We're in the midst of one of the greatest years of golf ever played in what Nelly Korda has done, as Lottie Woad did tap in for her par at the first. A couple of stout par 4s greet you when you start here on the front. Lydia Ko off the tee here at 2.
Yeah, the second is a dog leg left. Bunker on the left, 227 off the tee. Bunker on the right, 252 to the front of it.
And that's more like it after missing her first tee shot at the first down the right-hand side.
Yeah, breeze hasn't really come up yet. Only about 4 miles an hour right now. Coming in off the left. Take this down the right center and turn it slightly for Brooke from right to left.
That one hops into the right-hand rough. Well, mentioned inaccurate off the tee didn't cost her 7 years ago as Hannah Green's second.
Well, the lip wasn't too high. This was a nice strike from Hannah Green. A lot of the players erring towards the left center of the green, giving them more space to work with. Just being on the back in the first cut there is going to be fine.
And now pivot over to Se-Young Kim. That final round, 63 when she won.
Yards. The cover number is 140 in line with the bunker.
Did she save it?
Yeah,
she did.
Tried to save it.
She did. She saved it.
That's nicely done. Good distance control.
Couldn't have walked an opening tee ball out here any better for Nelly.
Well, Will, I watched last few groups on this first tee, and nobody has hit it as far as Nelly Korda on this first hole. 124 yards in, and she can be way more aggressive than the other players that had 30, 35 yards farther back.
Yeah, looks like just a little hold off wedge. Perfect spin control.
Approach play is so important here because of those segmented sloping greens, but when you combine distance and accuracy, that right there is the best driver in the sport this year. I know she's not #1 in some of the metrics, but #1 in strokes gained off the tee. And if she can drive it like that this week, it just puts so much of the field at a disadvantage from where she plays from. You could say the same for Lottie Woad. She can move it, and that one appears to be drawing down the left center. Just going to hold the fairway. You don't have to worry about Nelly Korda's game, Susie, coming in this week. I would imagine the only thing that Team Korda is really, quote unquote, concerned about is the attention and dealing with. Now, you win one, you get a lot more questions. You win 2 in a row to start the year, and that microscope ratchets up considerably in terms of the attention on what you're trying to do this week.
Well, a nice start here for Dewey Weber, 2 under through 4 holes. That certainly is well done, taking advantage of an early morning tee time, soft conditions, very little wind.
First round here 7 years ago, the scoring average was 75.6. Unless we see a lot of wind this afternoon, don't know if that scoring average is going to be as challenging, but I've seen good starts. There are several players that have gotten a 2 or 3 over also very early on in this round. But if you're in control of your golf ball, you got an opportunity on a Thursday morning, don't you?
Without a doubt. I think this is just Thursday. It is a long 4 days in major championships. So just staying where you are, making sure you're just working on the hole, getting that job done first before you think about score.
All right, all pars around for our first feature group. They're at the second. Brooke Henderson, and you can see on the bag, that's Ryan Henderson, her cousin. Remember, started this year. Her brother Brittany was on the bag at the Hilton Tournament of Champions, but Brittany, expecting her first child, stepped away from being the caddy. Brooke went outside the family for much of the year and then has put her cousin on the bag here for the last couple of starts, and hoping that little family flair will help as well. She's doing the math, and we mentioned Jarena Mendoza's with this group, and I think we've located her. Jarena?
Hi, Will. Hey, Susie. Wow, it's a little chilly one out here. The wind's starting to pick up. We have Brooke in the right rough, and we're going to get a good test of what this rough is like this week. She has a lot of grass right behind the ball, so I anticipate this coming out kind of flat with that whole location just on the front left. It's going to be tough when it gets this close.
Yeah, even anything just short, Jarena, just to the front number. You see all that water that's splashed up between the face and the golf ball. Hands well down on the shaft. That ball's well above her feet. Yeah, that's a perfect play from there. Easy up and down for Brooke.
All right, so maybe even a chance to chip that one in for birdie while that was taking place. Back at 1, this was Hannah Green's opening birdie effort.
Yeah, see if she can keep that start line hopping over that initial cut there. Always difficult to get it to the hole when that's the case. Ball hops right off the face.
And now we're back to the second, and a big tee ball from Lottie Woad.
Yeah, Lottie has a 122 pitching wedge. She can kind of use the slope just a little left and long of this pin to hopefully bring this ball back.
Stay right there. A little false side there, and that's going to repel the ball off the green as we go back to one and Se-Young Kim's birdie look.
Yeah, I got a little look from Hannah for sure on speed.
And now Lydia gets to play from the fairway for the first time today.
Yeah, Lydia has 116 to the pin. Looks like she's gripping down on a 9-iron, trying to fight it down in there. The girls are going to have to be really mindful of their spin today. The greens are soft, and these holes playing into the wind. She judged that well.
Beauty. So a good birdie look there. And I think you'll hear on the second green if Nelly Korda makes this one back at the first.
Yeah, this slightly up, as we saw earlier, is going to fall to her right.
Well, there's a little common thread there. If anybody coming from the middle of this green, they're seeing way more speed than there needs to be. That never had enough pace to get to the cup, but we mentioned the hardest hole in the golf course 7 years ago, and it's an easy tap-in par for Nelly, but boy, there's missing birdie putts, and then there's leaving 12-footers 2.5 feet short. There are different ways to feel about missing putts, as Nelly can't believe it walking off the green.
You know what, though? It's such a great attitude this year watching her play golf. She's spoken about it, just kind of enjoying it, being her authentic self. You can see that right there. You saw her smile. She laughed at herself. She knew that wasn't a good putt.
All right, no damage done after conservative speed for Hannah Green. Wire to wire. I mentioned that first round scoring average back in 2019. Hannah Green opened with 68, was the outright leader, besting the field average that day by nearly 8 shots, and then held on for victory 4 days later, and pars all around here at the first, as we'll seek birdies at 2. And we're back now at the second with Brooke Henderson just off of the front edge of the green.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is going to be a play all week, staying below these holes. And as we learned from Brooke in 2016 as a Holly, we know that she likes to putt a lot from off the fringe. And anywhere she can put that putter in her hand, she's going to do it.
Should lead to an opening par. We'll grind over those short ones. Putter will certainly be part of the conversation for Lottie Woad this week. Now a 2-time LPGA winner, one in Cincinnati earlier this year, and in her mind should have won last week. Had that 3-footer to avoid a playoff against Miyu Yamashita, and power lipped it out. But as I mentioned early when she started, I went to social media and said she's ready for this week, and all the 3-footers are going in. I love the perspective of recognizing what happened last week. It's the one club probably in the bag right now that could use a little bit of improvement. We'll see if she reads the greens perfectly this week.
Yeah, where she's putting from, it's a little difficult. It's kind of where you want to miss it on this whole location, but she's got to go up and over a ridge to see how she can judge this pace.
It'll be a tap for par. There's that one leaked off to the right. And now back on the tee. Driver not necessary here at this 368-yard hole.
Yeah, not for Nelly. She's taking those bunkers out of play.
too far left, though. Yeah, and that's going to kick down into the bunker on the inside of the dog leg there. And if that cut up by the lip, that could be a challenge for Nelly, even with the wedge in her hand.
Yeah, that's an interesting miss for Nelly.
I don't think there's ever been a concern about this club in Lydia Ko's hand.
No, there's not many people you'd want putting for you on this tour besides Lydia.
Yeah, this would be a nice get for Lydia, coming off 3 missed cuts out of her last 5 starts, 2 of which were majors. Very unusual for Lydia. Give her a little confidence right out of the gate.
Under borrowed on a brilliant look for a woman who's 3rd on tour this year in par 4 scoring. It's a sub 4 scoring average on par 4s. Can't improve on it there. Hannah Green also with what looks to be the 3-wood.
Yeah, trying to avoid driver running through this fairway into the rough.
And able to navigate better than Nelly before her. Brooke safely in. A little more nervous on the short ones. Feels like, I know process is important, but there's oftentimes just kind of hover over that for an extra nervous second or two. Now Se-Young Kim trying to thread the needle a little bit here. And that one's going to take a big kick forward. There's that worry of the run out, and that's just going to get to that healthy first cut.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much? Is that it can never be perfected.
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
Welcome to the 2026 KPMG Women's PGA Championship at Hazeltine National Golf Club. The world's best women golfers are in the spotlight in Chaska, Minnesota, with dreams of making major championship history. For decades, the KPMG Women's PGA Championship has been a showcase of excellence, determination, and breakthrough moments, elevating the women's game and inspiring future generations. We are especially proud this week of the Corebridge financial team of PGA of America and LPGA professionals who work daily to welcome all into this great game we love. On behalf of the PGA of America, enjoy the excitement and world-class competition of the KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
Well, Susie Whaley, I know is so important to you. While this is the 72nd playing of this tournament, it's the 12th playing as a part of the KPMG PGA of America partnership with the LPGA Tour. There isn't a richer prize, or I should say richer purse, in women's golf than now this week. $13 million on the line. How this thing has grown in a dozen years, and I know you were there for the beginning of it. Yeah, incredibly exciting partnership, formerly the LPGA Championship, and as you mentioned, this is the 12th iteration of a partnership between KPMG, the PGA of America, and the LPGA. And if you had asked me in 2015, your hopes and dreams were that you'd get to $13 million as a purse for these women who are so deserving of it as athletes and incredible players. But the elevation of this event and elevating excellence of the courses that they play, of the broadcast coverage that they receive, is something that we're all at the PGA of America incredibly proud of. We're thankful to KPMG and the LPGA for the partnership, and I look forward to seeing it continue to grow. Davey Weber, Jiwon John, 2 under par, the early leaders in this one. There have been birdies out there, but it's kind of a good balanced golf course. Case in point, over at the second, we've had 6 bogeys here today, already had 4 birdies, and Nelly Korda is going to have to try and make birdie from the bunker down the left-hand side. And that was not good contact from a wedge. She was inside 125 yards, and now she's scrambling there at the first. And there you see the last 5 results. The Dow Championship, obviously a team event. Susie, if you look at just individual stroke play tournaments this year, head-to-head against the field, Nelly Korda is 870 with 10 losses and 3 ties. She's been beaten by 10 ladies all year long, as that was a moment ago, and now scrambling with her third.
Nelly just has such beautiful wedge game. Her tempo is impeccable, and even though she hit a great strike out of the fairway bunker, that is why she's the #1 player in the world. Yeah, Amelia at Riviera, she was 24 out of 30 greens in scrambling, 80% up and down. 20 out of 22 the last 3 days in a major. That is what her superpower is. Well, it just shows that her game is complete. It's so natural to think of Nelly as a wonderful iron player, but it's the short game that is the reason why she's been able to come out on top on these major championships to start out the year.
Amelia, you say the word complete. It was the first word that's popped in my mind. She leads the tour in driving, second on tour in approach, third on tour around the greens. And she's putting above average. I mean, it's just, that's why it hasn't been a fair fight. And again, only 9 women can say they've beat her head-to-head in a tournament this year. Yeah, it's crazy. She's been #1 for at least 1 week for 6 consecutive seasons. The only other player to have done that, Tiger Woods. Not Scottie Scheffler, but Tiger Woods. Hannah Green now.
Hannah Green has also had a wonderful start to the year, 4 worldwide wins, and it's because of this flat stick. She is so good from around the greens. This is such a challenging putt, double breaker and quick.
Great touch there. She wins. She wins in bunches, as Amelia talked about, as we're over at the third. First of 2 par 5s here in the front 9. Lydia Ko's already laid up. Now Lottie Woad.
Yeah, Lottie Woad has 315 to the hole. She's laying up, as you can see, with a wood. This is a very difficult layup. From her vantage point in the fairway, she is not able to see the landing zone, and so that makes it so difficult trying to pick that target.
2 of the 4 par 5s on this golf course played over par 7 years ago, and the third was the hardest of the par 5s. Great second into this second for Se Young Kim. Can't pay it
Susie,
off.
that was the part of Se-Young Kim's game at the U.S. Women's Open where she needed to work on, and she talked about that. She finished 5th, but missed some of those putts inside of 10 feet that got her uncomfortable in those bigger moments.
Yeah, it just looked like she forced that one, just a little too much pace. I did wish she was working on her pace control drills.
Well, I think to the point we were talking about complete players. That's why it's so impressive what Nelly is, and not just be the top of it, but, you know, Hannah Green. This is a great club in her bag right now. If she was putting for, say, Young Kim, they might have Nelly Korda numbers, but being able to have all 14 clubs in the bag working perfectly at all times is easier said than done.
Yeah, especially having the confidence with all 14. Oftentimes your putter's great, your driver's a little off, or you're hitting your irons fantastically well, but you know, your fairway woods aren't great. Everybody can relate to that plays the game.
Well, there was a 2-footer on the 72nd green of the last major championship that was a little nervy from Nelly Korda.
This 2-footer Will's going to feel a little different. How about a lot different? It will settle her into this round nicely after missing the short birdie putt at the first. To be able to have such a good pitch shot from inside of 50 yards and make an easy up and down was wonderful.
Certainly birdieing the first is an easy way to settle into a round of golf. What did you like to have happen early in a round to be like, okay, I'm engaged, let's go?
Birdie, birdie.
Okay.
How about you, Amelia?
You got greedy.
Yeah, birdie does it for me all day. But I would say, you know, hitting a shot inside of 15 feet and making a 5 to 6 footer, if you can have that within the first 4 holes of your round, it shows that you're hitting the shot so you want to hit and you're comfortable around the greens.
All right, so they're off to the first par 5. We'll see how Nelly attacks it. We'll be attacking Congressional next year as the 2027 KPMG Women's PGA Championship will return to Congressional Country Club in 2027, and part of that effort to take this championship to elite venues, Inji Chun winning back in 2022, the last time we were at Congressional, but another great example of where this schedule has gone for the ladies and making this elevated major feel even bigger playing in these iconic venues. Lydia Ko now laid up in the rough here at 3.
Yeah, she has 157. The ball's sitting really down, and one good thing that's going is the pins in the back left, and seems like that rough just grabbed that club. It's super wet and super thick, guys.
It's a long par 5 today as Nelly looks to put herself in position A here with the driver.
It's 240 to carry the bunkers, and that is headed left. That's the second shot we've seen overdraw a little bit. If she got a good kick, though, it's going to be fine.
Settled down a little bit. No one's gotten within 50 yards of the green with their second shot here today at the 3rd. This was Lottie's position, and her 3rd now up the hill. How about
really
this?
nicely done. See that little slope just in front of that whole location. She scooted it right up on top of it.
Well, this is missed well left of the bunkers.
Volunteers scrambling, and that's where Hannah Green can get herself in a bit of trouble. She does not hit a lot of fairways. Now there at the bottom of the hill, Brooke Henderson's 3rd.
72 yards for Brooke. Just hit a low flighted wedge. Wants to get on that back top tier. There's a frost front that guards that whole location, and with these wedges coming into this par 5, they can definitely spin it back to the front, the screen.
We're going to go 0 for 3 here, aren't we? Nope, we get the kick. Se-Young Kim's going to be the only one in the fairway, which will make her layup, the easiest of the trio. Still looking for our first birdie from our two featured groups.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness. Because every champion needs a champion.
Golf isn't easy. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way. But over the last few months, I've traveled across the country working with PGA of America golf professionals to improve every part of my game. And every lesson has been building towards one goal: breaking 100 at Hazeltine National Golf Club.
You can have the information in front of you, but you may not always know how to apply it. These are the people that apply it. They're going to take you from A to B, and even just one lesson, which is nuts. If this is any proof, get a lesson.
And follow my journey in Hannah Gets Good.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Under par leading, but not a lot of birdies available on a somewhat damp, still cool, and breeze freshening Thursday morning here at Hazeltine National Golf Club. Scorecard yardage is 67-60, but given tees and hole locations today, it's actually been stretched today. 6,820 yards for the ladies in this opening round in this par 72 layout as Brooke Henderson looks to deliver our first birdie of our featured group coverage.
Yeah, Brooke has about 15 feet right to left, a little bit back downhill.
Susie, it appears players are hypersensitive to the speed of these greens, especially early as they kind of feel their way out. We've seen a very tentative strokes from pretty much the entire field, or first our groups, the first couple of holes.
Yeah, I was going to say conservative, but tentative is probably a better word. Just trying to feel their way around, trying to get the speed correct. They'll figure it out.
Saw the great wedge in from Lottie Woad. Lydia Ko had missed this green, has chipped up and still has 10 feet for her par. Again, par 72, a lot of par fives. Scoring on the par fives was so important 7 years ago, even though approach play kind of reigned supreme on this golf course. But when you've got 4 par fives, you need to take advantage. And I mentioned the major struggles for Lydia so far this year. It's a big ballpark for Lydia Ko, even with these par fives.
I mean, it's a big ballpark for anybody, maybe except to the exclusion of 10% of the field. 6,800 yards is a major test, that's for sure. This putt will be super slow.
Yeah, you guys, you just don't want to be in this position grinding for pars on par fives. But man, she hit it into that very bunker. I saw her hit a hybrid out of the bunker into the left rough and just had a gnarly lie. So to get away, walk away with a par here would be a huge momentum boost for Lydia.
Yeah, beautifully done. Gave it a little more pace, took some break out of it. Nice save.
No matter how many configurations of the hands, the fingers, the shaft, the forward press, that tempo always delivers with the putter. Ko scrambles to stay at even par. Now Lottie Woad tries to get to the red.
Yeah, she definitely got a good teach from Lydia here. She's going to be back uphill. This green actually slopes a little away from the fairway in this back portion, and it's just going to be a little right to left. She can be pretty aggressive with it.
Nice birdie.
Number 2 on tour in birdies. She adds to that tally. First birdie from our feature group sends Lottie Woad, already a winner this season, to 1 under par very early here on a Thursday morning.
Yeah, Lottie's really going to rely on that David Taylor. You know, you think about how aggressive she plays. That's why she makes so many birdies. But in majors, she plays 3 shots higher. And that's most likely because she gets too aggressive at the wrong time. And her caddy, David, can certainly help her mitigate that this week, taking on those conservative hole locations. But as we talked about earlier, making sure on the holes you want to make par, you just get your par and go.
Not an ice cream, but also a stick.
It's just the 11th major start for Lydia Ko as you take a look at the last 5 champions of this event. The last 3 are all playing together. We'll have them as part of our feature groups coverage coming up later this afternoon. Min-Ji Chun winning at Congressional, so it'll sort of feel like a Hannah Green homecoming for her next year, 5 years after her triumph, as Nelly looks for her 2nd KPMG Women's PGA Championship. All 3 in her group, including Hannah Green, have laid up. These are their 3rds now at the par 5.
That from 142, slightly downwind. Want to land this just short of the flag.
You can see that breeze is just starting to pick up. You can see the flag moving. Certainly wasn't looking to leave it there, but it'll leave a little bit of a tricky go. Looks like it's seated down slightly.
The lie of Hannah Green and Nelly Korda, it's below their feet. Naturally, with that lie, the golf ball is going to fade, but sometimes it's easy as a player to overcompensate, almost let the hands overtake it. That's what it looked like for Hannah Green to miss it just left. This flag only 5 paces from that left side.
That was beautiful rhythm from Nelly.
Inside 10 feet, leaves it right underneath the hole, and a great look for her to lift the lid with her first birdie of the week. As you see, the weight is ahead on the 4th tee, which will be the first par 3 that the players face. So while they still wait, Se-Young Kim a little bit off the path here.
She pushed it down here. That was a good lie out of the rough. An incredible touch given. Kim could not see the bottom of the flagstick or the entire green from where she was down below.
I'd say incredible shot there. And a couple of looks for birdie there. So both Kim and Korda with good birdie looks. Lottie Woad with the honor on the tee at 4 after she makes her first birdie as we find our rhythm here in the front 9 at Hazeltine.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Healthy batch of par threes here at Hazeltine. 171 the number today. Lottie Woad coming off birdie at 3.
Yeah, Lottie has 7-iron here. And you kind of just want to hit the middle of the green. Once you get the top half, it goes away. But it sounded like she hit that a little heavy, or a little high on the face.
Not terrible. Good miss front of the green while we were away. This was Hannah Green's 4th over at the 3rd, and she scrambled brilliantly in her win 7 years ago, but now is going to have to lean on the putter to avoid putting a bogey on the card here at the first par 5. As we go back to the tee, and Lydia Ko, other side of the box.
Yeah, Lydia Ko has chosen a 6-iron here. Wind's a little down off the left. Notice she had a few more waggles on that swing, but it's fading nicely towards the pin.
Just climb a little. Now Hannah Green still away for her par here at the 3rd.
Yeah, playing quite a bit of break.
And 6s add up quickly on the scorecard as Green 1 over. Not the first to make a bogey here at the par 5. Certainly won't be the last today in that long uphill walk. And now Brooke Henderson, the last tee ball at 4.
Brooke with the 7-iron as well. I anticipate she's going to take it in a little lower and try to just get back there. This is started left of the green and is drawing. Might catch a piece.
Does stay in the second cut, and now Nelly's birdie effort. Looked like a pull, Susie.
Yeah, a couple short ones missed to start off this round, but no harm done.
Our 2 birdie looks have been right up the gut. That one just dives off to the left, so 3 pars and one of the maybe most watched opening rounds of a major we've had in a while. The attention that will be on Nelly all day today. As Se Young Kim, the aggressiveness of that second shot, trying to pay it off here.
Just right edge for Kim.
She is a professional birdie maker. Over 4 of them per round. Owns the LPGA Tour scoring record. She can go low, and while this isn't a week necessarily where you want to go low, stacking birdies as much as you can would be mighty helpful. as we encourage you to scan that QR code on your screen, download the PGA Championships app, get all the insights, so much to play with at your fingertips, highlights, stats, live win probabilities. That's not just, we talked about the $13 million purse, Susie. First year of this partnership, the purse was $3.5 million. We've added nearly $10 million to it since, but there's a lot of behind the scenes infrastructure this week that week in and week out these ladies typically don't have. And from a broadcast standpoint, we love it. We've got more information than we know what to do with this week, but even the players get more real-time insight into their games this week, and you can track a lot of it also in the app.
Yeah, in fact, the players can use this AI that they have too to see every one of their golf shots, see their statistics, see where they lost strokes to the field. Really exciting. We also have ShotLink this week, the PGA of America and the KPMG. KPMG is behind the data analytics, the performance insights, which is exciting. And, this championship and women's golf needs that data, and exciting that they're getting it.
Interesting you say they need this data. You and I both like data. In the right context, you can use it to tell stories. But I think a lot of people can get tired of it, right? Like, we'll lay off the stats. Like, tell us about the stories. But in these teams, these players, it's a huge part of the growth process when you have access to this.
No, it absolutely is, for strategy, for understanding of where you're missing inaccurately and incorrectly for certain hole locations. Is there tendencies and trends that you're seeing that you can change if it's challenging, and if it's good, to continue to use it?
Putter from the fringe for Henderson.
Yeah, it should go left to right, and then once it gets on top of this ridge, if it makes it up there, it should come back to the left.
Yeah, one of those situations where I would have loved to seen her not use putter coming out of that deeper stuff.
I agree, Susie. You would think that with a lot of that slope and she's going straight uphill, definitely a wedge would have been a better option.
There you see 5 top 10s for Brooke at this KPMG Women's PGA Championship, many of them coming early. In fact, she finished in the top 6 in 5 of her first 6 playings of this tournament, including her win in her second appearance, that being back in 2016. I was going to wait until tomorrow to float this out there, but we'll go ahead and do it now so I can get all of Canada off my back for the broadcaster jinx. She's never missed a cut in this major. She's 11 for 11. And that sound you hear is the collective groan from north of the border.
Me laughing, saying I'm not going to comment on that.
As Lottie goes to work for back-to-back.
Yeah, Lottie has a pretty difficult putt. I see a double breaker here, and she's got to go up the ridge, and once it gets on the very top, it flattens out and maybe goes a little away from her. So it's going to be really tough to judge the distance on this one.
Yeah, this is what we talked about earlier, Dorina, just the opportunity for lag putting, really working to get that inside that 3-4-foot circle, and that 10% rule. She does far better than that. But they're going to face a lot of that on these large surfaces. And get your par and go on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a lot of these hole locations from today look like they're going to be on some shelves, and players are going to have to navigate the ups and downs and overs and unders and some of these turtlebacks that are in these greens. And so it'll be a good test today on the greens.
And Lydia next. Trina, I'm curious, while Lydia works through the process, we talked about the elevation of this event. You played in it as it has sort of grown into being now the most lucrative purse in all of women's golf. What are some of the things around and even behind the scenes that have elevated this from a player perspective?
I think just one of the things is you step foot on this venue and at any KPMG event, and it has a major feel. The venues are awesome. You're treated first class. Everything is just so pristine. The golf courses you can tell it's a major week, and that's what it's all about when you're playing out here week in and week out.
Yeah, just a misread there.
Shake of the head from Lydia. It was kind of in that limbo land of where she was in her career. Was she gonna, take some time, maybe step away from a full schedule, and then sort of rekindled some love and some incredible play in that major championship a couple of years ago at the AIG Women's Open, a gold medal, making it to the Hall of Fame, and talked a lot yesterday about now that she's won 3 legs of the 5 legs of the major, that while the Hall of Fame was kind of that one thing that was pulling her forward, that maybe competing for the Grand Slam is her new Hall of Fame pursuit, but she jokingly said there are 5 of them, right? I've got to get to 5 if I want to consider myself winning the Grand Slam. We do a comfortable job of saying, look, you win 4 of the 5, you've won the Grand Slam. And Lydia's like, no. There's 5. If there's 5 of them, then 5 is the Grand Slam. So now that's her motivation, and she would need a win this week to get to 4 or 5 legs. Well, not officially a 3-putt, but going to feel like one in Brooke's head.
Yeah, not necessarily the putt there that was the problem. It was that shot from just off the green. Really tricky when that ball's seated down in this rough to try to putt from there.
Not going to get much easier. Got a difficult par 4 coming up at the 5th if you're looking for the bounce back. All right, we got our first birdie out of the way for our other feature group, which means Se-Young Kim has the honor.
171 yards for Se-Young Kim. The flag is all the way back right, and the back portion of the green pitches towards the back edge. Critical to land this in the middle.
Started out just right of that whole location and tried to turn it back in there. Just a little overcooked. But well done. Nice distance control.
But the approach shots that Nelly Korda has hit in these last few holes have been superb on 1 and 3, both inside of 15 feet. This is a 7-iron for Nelly because she has so much more distance than the average field. Hitting shorter clubs in these par 3s gives her an advantage. This is overdrawing a bit, a miss that she said she started to have as she's trying to strengthen her grip. At the U.S. Women's Open, her miss was to the right. She said she prefers an overdraw as a miss, but we started to see that early in this round.
That one looked like it went hibernating over the back of the green, so it'll be lie dependent and probably a little slippery. That'll be the biggest test early in this round for Nelly. The patience of Hannah Green tested after the bogey at the par 5.
Well, left is a better miss than right, given if you do miss it long left, you're chipping back into the slope. These par 3s, it's critical to be disciplined on. And that is a fade into the right hole location.
Yeah, beauty. You can see that flag freshening as well. Going to be tested in every aspect of the game today. It'll be the short game for Nelly Korda. 2 back of a 5-way tie early here on Thursday, the season's 3rd major.
I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much? Is that it can never be perfected.
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
All right, Nelly Korda, maybe a slight tug over the back of the green here at 4. Amelia, how difficult is this?
Korda didn't draw the best lie. It's sitting down. Looks like the club face is open, trying to come through this rough with some speed, which she needs out of this Kentucky bluegrass. It's so easy to do that, leave it a bit short, because you're afraid if you come in with too much speed, then it's going to race over the back. This rough is so unpredictable around the greens, which is why the straighter your ball striking can be, the better.
She's trying to put a cheer into the crowd because she's got the ultimate cheering section today. That's a local LPGA USGA girls golf chapter, and you see many of them wearing jerseys. They are soccer-themed World Cup U.S. jerseys, but they say Korda on the back because of Nelly Korda's lucky 13. So they're out there today, and boy, they would love to cheer on a huge par saver coming up here at the 4th, as she'll grind over that one. A couple of birdie looks as well for this group, as all of those little Korda girls are off in the background, and we're up at 5, and Lydia Ko surveying her second shot here at this long par 4.
Yeah, Lydia has about 144. However, this ball is well above her feet, which is going to make it a little difficult to access that right hole location. It's only 4 paces off the right. She's got 8 iron here.
Yeah, she wants to carry this at least 15 paces on the green, let it roll out to center. As you mentioned, very difficult to get it far to the right. A non-committed golf swing there. Looks like she wasn't quite sure what she was trying to do, and now she's left herself short-sided.
Couple of bunkers down there. She'd be the first in it so far today. Hannah Green now for a bounce back. And another one we're just a little too tentative with the speed. And Brooke Henderson dealing with the bumper of the first cut now, up at 5.
Yeah, Brooke only has 139 to this whole location, and like you said, Will, that it's not right up against the first cut there, but it's definitely going to affect her takeaway. She left this one out to the right as well.
Yeah, lots of green left to that whole location. That's just both strategic misses there. Not great.
All right, chance for back-to-back birdies and a share of the lead for Se-Young Kim.
Yeah, this has nice pace. Good putt.
And a good tee ball up ahead for Lottie Woad to attack from.
Lottie is one step closer, 138. But as you can see, the ball is well above her feet, and these fairways are not flat, and she has pulled this left.
Yeah, you can see her hold off that finish, trying to save it from going well left, so she did that. But lots of work to do on the 5th for that group. Like, nothing better than having your own fan club out here.
Yeah, they got the full kit, recreating Nelly's walk-in at the U.S. Women's Open earlier this month, and they're hoping to put a charge in this group if she could roll this one in for par.
Oh, it's a chance. There's not a lot of movement in it. Just kind of stayed right there, similar to what Se-Young Kim's putt did.
So the bluegrass bites Nelly here at 4, and now she'll be hustling from an over par position at 1 over. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about this, the 3rd major of the year, and we've had 3 completely different golf courses in terms of grass. Chevron, overseeded Bermuda, kind of in that transition time of the year. In the Houston area, you go to probably the wildest grasses you'll play, a Kikuyu transition into Poana greens at Riviera for the U.S. Women's Open, and now you've got this bent grass putting surfaces, bluegrass around it. Now the LPGA Tour's been playing a bluegrass bent schedule for the last 4 weeks, but from a major standpoint with this level of thickness, this is the first time in a major this year that players have been tested on these types of surfaces.
Yeah, it certainly bodes well to those that are from the area, grew up in the area. It's always easier as a player to go back to what you know best, but it also really makes it an amazing watch, and even tells the story about Nelly even better. She can win on multiple grass surfaces.
All right, they're still surveying second shots up on the green here at 5, so back to the tee, and Se-Young Kim still with the honor after the birdie at 3 and nice par at 4.
Yeah, this is a slight
just
dog
trying
leg
to
to right.
split the bunkers. The left side of the fairway does kick that way.
I almost got away with it.
The bunkers at Hazeltine are very well placed because these players can't just fire over them. The right and left side of the bunkers come into play on this hole.
Might be a little left to right in the wind.
She flirted with it, but now it's in the perfect position as we're up on the green, and Brooke Henderson, one of 2 short-sided shots here.
Yeah, I was really surprised how her ball stayed out of the bunker, but as you can see, she took a really big swing at that one and landed it really nicely. Well executed there, Brooke.
About the best she could do, and Nelly Korda not going to take driver back on the tee here at 5.
Just opens up the fairway for Nelly, especially if she keeps it down that left side. That is a perfect swing.
Yeah, nicely done after seeing a couple shots pulled to the left. She seems to have gotten that one under control.
All right, back up at the green. Lydia Ko did find the sand.
The good news is she has a great lie there. Should allow her to put some max spin, and the green does go a little away from her once it gets on the green. She executed that.
Almost perfectly.
It's a great shot.
Yeah, knew good things could happen around the green for Lydia. Jareen, I'm curious, how did you work on transitioning grass surfaces from week to week, or maybe major to major?
You know, well, I think it's just a trial and error thing. You got to get out there on the golf course, and you got to hit those shots and see how they react. And that's obviously what we do in the practice rounds, and you just got to get a good feel, and you know, whatever the feel may be that week. One week it may be one thing, the next week, you know, obviously this week you're going to have a bigger swing. You're going to have to try to use the bounce a lot more. For like a week like Bermuda, you want to hit down on it and kind of have a choppy motion. So I think it's just kind of committing to what the week calls for and getting lots of reps in.
Flagstick stays in for this birdie putt for Lottie Woad, looking to get to -2 and join the co-leaders.
She's got a similar putt from the last par 3. It's up over a ridge and then kind of down and away. And seems like she has definitely got the hang of those.
Just the 11th major start of Lottie Woad's career, and only a few of those have been since she turned professional. I love the symmetry of this group. We talked about, you know, Brooke Henderson and Lydia Ko were in that playoff together 10 years ago at Sahali when Brooke won her first of 2 majors. But you look at Lottie Woad, who sort of burst onto the scene, at least, you know, for those that weren't following her amateur career last summer when she almost won the Evian, was low amateur there and narrowly missed out on that playoff between Gino Titikun and Grace Kim. It was Lydia Ko, runner-up performance at the Evian all the way back in 2013. That was sort of her big first step before turning professional the next year as well. So there's a lot of symmetry of the trio in this group as Henderson tries to avoid another bogey.
Yeah, it appears like she's lined up for it to go a little right. Back up the hill into the wind.
Yeah, what a good stroke. So difficult as a righty to get those left to right putts started on the correct line. Easy to kind of come up and out of it, try to make it turn right.
Definitely been a grind to start, but that gives her a little extra boost walking off the green.
Yeah, 2 things I've noticed that 2 of these players do really well is they really stay in their putts, and that may, from the viewer standpoint, look like they're keeping their head down through the whole stroke after they make contact and maybe even hear the ball fall in the hole. So it's definitely something that we can all do a little better.
This from just outside 5 feet.
Well, the putter's been perfect when she's needed it for par here on the front 9. But a mistake-free start, at least in terms of scoring for Lydia Ko.
I feel like the hat clip today is a hot dog. Do I have that right?
It kind of looks like a baguette, to be honest. It's making me hungry.
Definitely not a hot dog. Okay, it's
pretzel
a baguette.
roll, maybe?
Yum, even better than a hot dog.
And we're signing autographs, too, on the way off. That's Hall of Famer for the fans right there. All right, green clear, Nelly first.
Playing closer to 145 with the downwind. It's a narrow green to hit, very long but not wide.
Here, there's that left shot again, Amelia.
Yeah, that one a little deceiving. The green does slope that way, and the flag is close to the edge. This is a whole location, given the way the green is tilted from right to left, that players want to be coming in with a fade to hold it off. A difficult lie from Se-Young Kim buried in the rough, and that was well executed, even though it's going to race over the green.
Yeah, a decent lie just in that first cut, no issues.
Well, Hannah Green pushed it down there, took the risk with the driver, and now only has 126 yards the ball is above her feet, so she can aim right at this flag, and it should finish just left. Such good rhythm in the backswing.
So powerful on transition, able to spin that ball in. She could use a birdie. Nelly Korda is going to have to try and get up and down. Failed to do so on the last hole and 1 over, 3 off the pace.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI, so when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
Golf isn't easy. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way. But over the last few months, I've traveled across the country working with PGA of America golf professionals to improve every part of my game. And every lesson has been building towards one goal: breaking 100 at Hazeltine National Golf Club.
You can have the information in front of you, but you may not always know how to apply it. These are the people that apply it. They're going to take you from A to B, and even just one lesson, which is nuts. If this is any proof, get a lesson.
And follow my journey in Hannah Gets Good.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Third major of the year, 2 under the lead. Lottie Woad 1 off of that. And an attackable par 4 here if you could find the fairway. And it appears she has. And that downhiller will chase out. Well, that was taking place. A little more straightforward of a chip shot, but Nelly Korda, second straight green, long and to the left.
She was hoping for a little more run out off that downslope.
She's grinding, and now live with Se-Young Kim, and she's also going to come up a little bit light, and one of those two is getting a teach from the other. It's a pop up the right from Lydia Ko.
Yeah, it's interesting. She's got that K-tape on that, left thumb and wrist. See a little cross the line at the top. You wonder if that's bothering her.
Gentle little dog leg left here, but again, I said if you can chase it down the left-hand side, this offers birdie opportunities for the field.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In this whole location today, 23 paces on and 6 off the left, so certainly want to be coming in from that right-hand side. You don't want any part of left of this whole location. Certainly this is one of those whole locations today that you're going to want to place it just to the right of that whole location. 3 paces.
Was the third easiest hole 7 years ago when we played this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. But fairway is important. That one's just going to trickle into the rough as now Hannah Green putting for her birdie.
Very slow around that whole location. Anybody playing a little bit later might want to pay attention to the telecast.
You wouldn't expect the greens are going to get any slower throughout the course of the day, but if you were watching, trying to get intel, you're seeing a lot of players, at least in our feature groups, that have made the mistake short. And it will be Se-Young Kim before Nelly Korda. You see Nelly having to move her mark so that Se-Young doesn't have to step on it, but it'll be the same putt for both golfers here for par.
Well, one of the parts of these players' games that impressed me the most, in addition to the way they hit the ball, is how patient they stay. Nelly Korda and Se-Young Kim didn't hit the best chips. They're very good from around the greens and are going to have outside of 3.5 feet for par, but they just keep that calm demeanor. Hannah Green made her birdie putt, just walked and tapped it in. It's that kind of patience that allows them to make those birdie runs and get themselves back in position when they might have their B game.
Yeah, and these 6-footers are going to test you here at Hazeltine.
Especially mentally.
Just stayed in that left side. And a good start for the 2020 champ. Taking care of business. And you'd like to think that you're going to have birdie looks on the next 2 holes if the ball striking matches. And we get our first little glimpse of the sun here at the 5th.
Will, I could confirm that it feels very good after this fog has been pretty prominent this morning. My goosebumps are slowly starting to go away. Very important for Nelly to be confident in her process. On the first couple of holes, she had some missed opportunities for birdie inside that 10-foot range. Remove that, focus on this line right now and commit to it.
See if she can straighten out some of those iron shots. Again, dialed in the first couple of holes, couple of left misses since. Remember, she opened with 73, the U.S. Women's Open, and had that weak miss to the right. It was big sis Jessica who suggested maybe a little bit of a strengthening at the grip, so she did that mid-tournament, and then it was 67, 67, 69 to go on to win. It might be the reverse adjustment here in the first round, as Lottie Woad, after that great tee ball at 6, attacking.
Yeah, Lottie Woad is in what we call the mayor's office. 130, she has a 9-iron, throwing it out right, trying to use that slope to get it to go left. That whole location is cut really close to that water hazard, and you're going to see a lot of players play out to the right.
One of 10 water features on the golf course. 8 holes really with water truly in play. Before that swing from Lottie, this was Brooke Henderson.
Yeah, not a shot she's going to love. Needed a whole nother club headed in there.
Lydia Ko blocked her tee shot well to the right-hand side. She had to lay up, and it's going to have just inside 100 yards for her 3rd shot here at the par 4 as they wait on the tee back behind. And now there's a look at Lydia, who, you know, again, not the longest player, and when you block it way to the right, all of a sudden her path to par here at 6 became a real chore.
Yeah, I went and took a look at her shot that she had to punch out, and it was just, there was no chance of her even trying to go for the green. So for her to get it into a wedge in her hand was definitely her best option. She's going to try to throw this probably 5 to 10 paces right at this pin and use that slope to bring it back to the hole. We got gap wedge here. She's pulled it left.
This from just 96 yards. Well done. She threw it right at it. A little shocking, but worked out.
Well, she's had to make the putts for par so far today. They've gone in. That's going to be the longest tester through the first third of this round. And now she's far enough away that Se-Young Kim can fire back on the tee. Ruh-roh. Gonna need a bounce. Oh, good miss.
I don't know what to say. Well, like if you...
That was a professional A-plus club drop.
That really was.
I mean, that landed parallel on the ground, one hand. It was a beauty, and the tee shot's a beauty in result. Is Hannah Green's path just out to the right a little bit? Is it going to draw?
Se-Young Kim will, just learning from Hideki Matsuyama. He hang at that, let go of the club, and it's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to mine. Mine just goes 50 yards left.
Yeah, it actually goes left when I drop the club.
Correct.
This is a very difficult tee shot because it turns severely dogleg right to left, forcing these players to hit a draw. Otherwise, you go through the fairway.
Yeah, so far Nelly's been really conservative off the tee, but driver here.
As she can take it over that tree line on the left side. That was a beauty.
And she likes to draw it too, so super helpful there. And right in Jarina's mayor's office right there in the middle of the fairway as she tries to get it. No, the team's going to get some autographs too. Good for her. Good for them. I want one of those jerseys. How can we get one of those jerseys? Let's take a look at this swing. It's been making the rounds. A lot of big public appearances from Nelly Korda this year talking about the improvements to her golf swing, but the tempo was really what drives it, Susie.
Yeah, the tempo, also the grip change that Amelia had mentioned earlier. Her grip got a little bit weak. You can see at the top of her backswing that nice flat left wrist. Certainly the grip isn't super strong, or it wouldn't look like that, but the club face matching that left forearm, and as she unwinds into her lower body, you can see her vertical lift, meaning you can see her pushing off the ground for those ground forces, and you can see how she's still tilted over in her spine, head following the golf ball, eyes following the golf ball, to a really nice, beautiful high finish. You can see that left foot turned out just slightly. Again, those are the forces that she's using from the ground, just so powerful.
You get a young junior comes to you and says, I want to swing like Nelly Korda.
I'd say, great. Let's do it.
What would you do? What would be the first thing to teach?
Well, it depends on their age, obviously. It depends on their strength level. It depends on their athleticism, their biomechanics. So there's a couple things you've got to look at first before you can just flat out copy somebody. But what you'd really look at is the balance as a young junior, the tempo for a young junior, the fundamentals being strong, and repeating those fundamentals each and every time.
Good speed control there from Brooke Henderson. Yeah, Nelly talked about how she hated her swing when she first turned professional, and that she's worked hard to get it to where she really likes the result of it. And I think a lot of folks in the broader sports community getting to learn a lot about her this year. She's made a couple of high-profile appearances on some talk programs talking about her tempo and learning more about the work that goes in to being the best player in the sport.
That was a really nice lag putt by Brooke.
Well, how about that swing breakdown from one Susie Whaley? You know, she's a PGA coach. And if you want to swing like the pros, you can find the nearest coach to you. Go to PGA.com, find a PGA professional, great men and women all across the country and around the globe to get you swinging as close to the pros as your body will allow. Let's put it that way. Can't promise pro results, but we can promise pro lessons.
Yeah, great instruction, great coaching. 30,000 PGA professionals around the country want to be a part of your golf journey.
How does Lottie go to school on that Brooke Henderson putt?
Yeah, she definitely stepped in there after Brooke hit, and she has about 29 feet swing from her right to left.
That's nicely done.
Greens are officially running at championship speed. That's all we can tell you, because that's all that's been told to us this week from Kerry Haig and his team at the PGA of America. Always love that. You try to get an answer out of them. How fast are they going to be running this week? Championship speed. All righty then.
And everybody follows in line, too. Golf course superintendent Chris Trittabag, what a wonderful job he's done. And Kyle Brandt, the head golf professional, PGA head golf professional. So exciting to be able to host a major championship. 1,400 volunteers here this week.
Can Lydia go to the well again?
Yeah, she's definitely what you consider a good side of the hole. She's putting back uphill, left to right. Be pretty aggressive with this.
And kind of playing with fire the last few holes and finally burned with her first bogey of the round. Everybody is on the golf course now for the morning wave. We have 16 players under par. And the lead stays at -2. So again, you can play good golf if it's in front of you, but get it offline and it's just going to be a real challenge. Don't have to worry about being offline for our next feature group. All three now in the fairway ready to play.
129 yards for Hannah. Just trying to take something off a 9-iron. This is right at it if it's the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, left herself the same putt as Lydia, but hers for birdie.
I think if Amelia went out there and asked her if that's where she was aiming, she'd sheepishly say yes, but judging from that reaction, I think that was a little bit left of target.
And with this green tilted from right to left, want to finish a step right of it. Flatter ball flight for Se-Young Kim, also a good looking line.
Yeah, you can see she was looking to take some spin off that. Got a forward kick. Give Hannah a little look.
I like the aggression. Does Nelly follow the aggressive tendencies of those two?
Oh, 100%. She's such a good iron player. She can be aggressive. 100 yards. This is a little pitching wedge.
Just didn't quite fly to her number, but a chance to bounce back to level par. And now the second of the front 9 par 5s. This one could be reachable today for many in the field. Only problem is some water up in the distance, so most players choosing to lay up. It's going to be curious to see how some of the longer players maybe get aggressive. He can find the fairway, which it appears Brooke Henderson has.
Yeah, an aggressive swipe for Brooke. Well done.
These players are definitely looking at the back of this fairway. There's a little white tint. They want to keep it out to the left to avoid being blocked out by the trees on the right. Fairway sloping left to right, so that helps.
After missing the fairway way to the right in our last swing, straightens out the miss a little bit here at the par 5. 3-shot hole coming up for Lydia Ko here at the 7th. Mentioned 2 under par the lead. 6 women sharing it right now. Davey Weber out early, making the turn after a front 9 34, and a couple of major champions in tow alongside of her. But a common thread there outside of Alim Kim and Jiwon John. Everybody else, for the most part, 2 under par, even 1 under par on that front 9, with the back 9 providing some late challenges to the field. And Nelly Korda, first chance at a bounce back this week.
This putt is going to snap to the left as it loses speed. Important for Nelly to remain patient. She's given herself a lot of excellent birdie opportunities.
Like that. So the bogey at 4, now a birdie at 6. And how much of that buoyed by the little 6-footer that she makes on the previous hole to get it up and down, kind of reestablish momentum, back to even par and just 2 back. I'll throw the question out to you ladies here. Susie, you can go first, and then Amelia can chime in. Just seeing what we've seen in this golf course, don't know what the wind's going to be like. What's a good score today?
I think 2 under. Total is a great score today. I think you just want to play yourself into the championship. I think certainly if you can go lower than that, obviously the better. But I'd like 2 under heading into the backside. That's playing very difficult. But you think about Nelly, you think about the 6-footer, as you mentioned, that she makes a nice birdie there. And then heads right to the par 5 that she can easily probably reach in 2. You can see this flip very quickly for Nelly.
I would say 3 under, could even go 4, depending on how the wind stays. What's awesome about this golf course is these players get rewarded for great shots, but then penalized for poor shots. The more consistent these players can be, the more birdie opportunities they're going to be able to give themselves. It's also, Nelly makes a putt like that here at 6. Mentally, what that does for her to be able to continue to roll some more putts in.
That was a short birdie at the 3rd for Se-Young Kim. She'll try to go 2 for 2 on par 5s.
I do think you're going to have some anomalies today. I do think you're going to maybe have a 66 out there today. Just don't know that that can hold up for 4 days. Hannah Green won here wire to wire in 2019. Her score was -9.
It's wild to go wire to wire, not just because of how many things have to go right, but waking up every day as the leader of the golf tournament.
When you're 110th in the world.
Yeah, that part too.
Certainly she's not 110th now, but 2019 she was, and then still got the victory. I remember seeing Hannah with Kari Webb prior to her entering a KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Kari brings young juniors over to major championships to get a feel for it, see what it looks like. So many have done that with Kari, and what she's done for the game in Australia is just tremendous in mentoring young LPGA professionals, or young future LPGA professionals, and you've seen them win championships, so incredible.
Trying to find that birdie touch, trying to find that early season touch. Won twice in her native Australia, and 2 times this year as well on the LPGA Tour. They're heading to the par 5. Our group in front have laid up at that par 5 as everybody's chasing a 6-way tie for the lead.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI, so when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey, dude, you won't believe where I am.
Opening round of this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. 6-way tie for the lead. Lottie, Woad, Se-Young Kim, part of our feature group coverage as we're all stacked up at the par 5 7th hole, and they're one off of the lead. No one's gone for the green so far today at 7. If this goes far enough, might we entice Nelly Korda to go for it here as that one chases down the right-hand side of the fairway here at the par 5.
This is another narrow tee shot because the players can't fully carry the rough on that right side, and the left bunker comes into play at 232. It's 254 to get past it. Important to hit a committed swing.
Yeah, nicely done there. Good drive, but you can see how much farther Nelly was down that fairway.
Good start to this par 5 for all 3 in this group, and we'll see if Hannah Green or Nelly Korda take the bait again. No one's tried to flirt with the narrow neck opening of the green up here, and maybe Thursday morning is not the time to force the issue, but 3 good starts to this par 5. The group in front all laid up here at the 7th, so you can see that water down the left-hand side, and so most players, let's just play short of it, turn into a 3-shot hole. It'll be Lydia Ko first, flipping a wedge in.
It's just interesting, Will, though, with this hole location tucked so far back left. Not seeing a lot of birdies. Only 1 birdie so far on the field today.
Yeah, Lydia only has 100 yards to this whole location, and they're definitely going to have to pay attention on their spin. It's only 5 paces off the back. Pull this one left. Huge mistake with the wedge for Lydia.
Appears it at least cleared the penalty area, but no green to work with long and left there for Ko, as Brooke Henderson can't make the same mistake.
Yeah, Brooke is a little closer. She's 95 yards. She has about 7 paces short of this whole location before it runs away, and it could spin back. I don't think all the way to the hazard, but it definitely would spin back into the rough.
Yeah, really interesting. They're all throwing it up in the air instead of flighting it back to that hole, letting it chase back there, but well done.
Susie, that one definitely was well flighted, a lot less than Lydia did.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect with that whole location.
Lottie is similar to Lydia. I'm sorry, to Brooke. It's 95 yards. It's a short, sawed-off finish. She threw this one higher.
Just doesn't quite get it all the way back there, but a good look coming up for her birdie. We saw 3 good tee shots from our other feature group with the driver. Certainly a different technique for these players on approach, and what better way to discuss that technique than with your PGA professional. I've got one sitting to my right, but why have one when you can have 2? We've got Abby Parsons on the range walking us through the drill as well. Good morning, Pro.
All right, when we have a driver in our hand, we obviously want to get out to a great start, okay? And we have to set up for success first. So there's a big difference between a setup with a driver and an iron. And one thing I see all the time is when people hit a pop fly, they automatically think, oh, it's because I teed it up too high. No, it's because you're swinging your driver like an iron, and we got to stop doing that. So let's start with setup first. So setup, we're going to want to make sure our ball position is more forward in our stance. And I don't mean forward like out of our stance. We got to make sure it's still in between our feet. Okay, we are hitting up on the ball. It's the only club we do that. It's teed up for a reason. Second thing, we got to work on shoulder plane. So when I'm setting up with my driver, I'm not setting up with my shoulders here, and I'm not setting up with my shoulders here. I like to think that my shoulder plane is going to mimic the ball flight. So I'm going to drop that trail shoulder, so this shoulder plane points up to the sky. If my plane's pointing up to the sky, it's going to be a lot easier for my ball to go in the sky as well. So we got to make sure we have that at our setup as well. And I always say the further you are from the hole, the further apart your feet are going to be at address. So when I have a driver in my hand, I'm going to have the widest setup I have. I don't want to see this. That's going to be no fun. We got to make sure we're still athletic in our setup. So with driver, like I said, we got ball position, more forward in our stance. We have our feet further apart, and our trail shoulder is dipped down. Now, the reason we do all of this for our setup is to have a more shallow golf swing. Like I said, with iron, we hit a little bit more down on it. The driver, you want to feel your club head almost brush the grass on the way back. If you don't hear anything on the way back, you're more than likely taking it a little bit too steep. Got to stop doing that, like I said. So we got to have a nice shallow takeaway because we're going to hit up on it. If you hit a pop fly, if you're wanting to do that, it's more than likely picking it right up. When I say what comes up must come down, you're going right here, going down, ball's going up here. Don't tee it up lower. It's not going to fix that. So we got to make sure we have that good setup. So we're going to start here, ball position forward. I'm going to make sure my trail shoulders dip down. I have a nice wide stance to use more power off the ground, and a shallow takeaway. Not to brag, but I'll take 14 of those all day. I'm sure those ladies would too. They might hit a little further than me, but that's okay. But just make sure you have that nice setup, and you will set yourself up for success on the tee box.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Well done. Take those driver tips to the course. They will help you and find your local PGA coach.
She's swinging from the wrong side of the ball, though.
Ah, she did great.
All right, Lydia Ko has played her fourth shot here at the par 5, so now it's Lottie Woad for birdie.
Yeah, Lottie's coming back up the hill here. Should be going right to left.
Just stretch. Just stretch.
She seems very comfortable in her skin, though. You can see she's not impatient. She's just taking it as it comes.
Look, I know I
feel like I'm watching a veteran, and she's not.
I know I mentioned it a couple of times, but to go on social media and sort of poke fun at the short miss you had last week, like we have kids that are on the interwebs and everything like that. You don't bury yourself out there a lot of times. A lot of folks would hide from their mistakes. She opened up like she should have won a golf tournament 5 days ago.
I would eat my arm or something like that to have won twice out here already. And just a wonderful, optimistic mindset for Lottie, and one that I think so many can copy.
But all those young nerves and young energy, still kind of trying to figure out what the schedule looks like, how your body is going to perform in stressful situations. Then you transition to a player like Lydia Ko, who's making her 69th start in a major this week. And for her, it's the other end, right? Used to beat up on herself when she was younger, and now sort of learning that, like, I can have fun and enjoy being in competition and everything that comes in with the week in and week out demands of professional golf. Now 29 years of maturity young as she tries to scramble again here at the 7th.
Yeah, she has about 21 feet right to left. That was probably as close as she was going to get that bunker shot. She didn't have much room to work with. Susie, I think this one's going to sting, making back-to-back bogeys, especially on this par 5.
Yeah, you can tell, as we mentioned earlier, just not a great stretch here for Lydia coming into this week. You can tell she's having some ball striking issues and leaving herself in places that are just unrecoverable. And in a major championship, that's what you're obviously trying to avoid.
I mean, she's missed 4 of her last 5 greens. You're stuck in quicksand fighting an uphill battle if you go an hour without hitting a green on this golf course, as Brooke Henderson tries to ignite a little something with maybe her best birdie look so far today.
Yeah, that's about 7 feet straight up the hill. Well done there.
That's how you draw it up. Good tee ball, good wedge number. 4th straight 4 on the card, but this one is a birdie, and she's back to level par and 2 off the pace. All right, no one took the bait in the previous group, and instead we're going to play to our strength. It's Nelly's wedge first.
113 yards. This green tilts from right to left. This is a wedge. About an 80% swing that looks hole high and perfect.
Yeah, good shot. Just surprised she didn't go ahead and go for it and leave it out right of this green.
Well, Se-Young Kim and Hannah Green uncharacteristically laid up in this left rough. That was such a buried lie for Se-Young, and just a product of missing in the wrong spot, and now your shot upcoming is short-sighted.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you about Nelly. So from what we've seen so far, and obviously playing fine, however, kind of letting the whole field back in the golf tournament the way she's played these first 7 holes, does that surprise you that she's so conservative in round 1?
Well, I would say, given that the way the fairways are tilted, and if you're hitting driver, it can get you into some trouble. And the fact that her iron play is so good, she can lay back to be able to rely on that. And she's had, good looks inside of 15, 20 feet, finally made a long one at the 6, and now settling into some momentum. It's a long championship. The key is not to put yourself out of the tournament early. Hannah Green got a very favorable drop after her golf ball ended up in the sprinkler head. Otherwise, it would have been in that thick rough like Se-Young Kim. Now just has 86 yards, but coming out of the rough, it's important to be just right of the flag to give herself more space to work with, because it could have a bit more run out.
Yeah, safe play.
Yeah, very soft. Maybe you expected that to release a little bit. All right, second par 3 here on this front 9, and coming off birdie, Brooke Henderson gets to be the guinea pig, and you see all the trouble that lurks short and right here at the 8th.
Yeah, they're playing this hole about 149 to the pin. It's playing 2 yards down from this tee box. It looks like you probably want to land this a minimum of 143. There's a ridge that they're trying to fly over. If they get caught there, it could come back off the green. And if I remember correctly, I thought for some reason they had shaved that portion of the rough when we played in 2019. This one's going to the fat part of the green.
Yeah, has that wind picked up at all in their face? I mean, you can see the flag moving a little, but it still feels like it's pretty calm.
Yeah, it's a little picked up. However, it is more right to left than into our face. Lottie has chosen an 8-iron here.
Yeah, just going about her business, hitting 7 out of 7 of the greens, as you saw there in the graphic.
This one's headed to the middle of the green as well. I can bet there was going to be a lot of shots in that area this week. I was talking to some of the caddies last night, and I think the general consensus was for today's round especially is we're going to be hitting a lot of the center of the greens.
Yeah, you can see Lydia working really hard on that takeaway move, keeping that club face outside her hands, not getting the club pulled inside quickly.
This one's headed to the left side of the green. It sounded a little clunky.
Just a little baby 7-iron there from 150 for Lydia, but a couple of mistakes she's made. She was not going to make a mistake short or to the right-hand side, and is able to put putter on it. While that was taking place, Se-Young Kim making a mess of the par 5 back at 7, and got way too much golf ball. And now has to be careful to not 3-putt your way to double.
Now this is a very fast putt turning to the left. Important to not get rattled in a situation you find yourself in. It's a difficult spot.
Pretty good for pace, but still grinding to make a 6 here after a good tee ball at the par 5. You were expecting a considerably different pathway up, as PGA Works, another one of those wonderful PGA programs helping to shape future leaders. PGAReach.org for more information on a program I know, Susie, that you're very proud of.
Absolutely. The PGA Reach is the PGA of America's foundation, and PGA Works is one of the pillars of that foundation, just trying to expose the golf industry to those who have played the game or who haven't played the game. Offers fellowships all across the country.
Hannah Green trying to make her first birdie of the day. Got a decent look from Se-Young Kim on this break.
Oh, goodness, just a little more pace. She had it.
Going to play the front 9 par 5s at 1 over in this 1 over start.
And it's this part of Nelly's game where she needs to capitalize on. Has hit some excellent shots so far in this round and made a nice birdie putt at the 6. This will have some right to left movement. It's easy when you're such a good ball striker to raise the level of expectations with the putter because you have so many of these inside of 20 feet.
Yeah, beautiful, taking advantage. Has only hit 50% of the greens, but certainly has taken advantage of that when she has.
Pretty safe to say order restored here on the front 9 for Nelly Korda. And it all started with that 6-foot par saver at the 5th. Coming off of that bogey, back-to-back missed greens at 4 and 5. She pours that one in and is able to attack 6 and 7. And now just 1 off the lead and under par. Se-Young Kim is going to fall out of that tie for 7th at -1 with her bogey here. Her first drop shot of the round. As they'll make the walk over to the par 3. We get there quickly for Lydia Ko's birdie.
Lydia has about 37 feet, looking straight uphill, left to right. Trying to get something going here after coming off of 2 bogeys. It definitely didn't seem like her normal tempo. It was more, appeared to be more jabby to me. Well.
Yeah, just, you talk about, you know, how much stress energy can you put yourself through in a round of golf? You know, they're going to all be out here for the same amount of time, but it feels like it's a lot longer when it's consistent 5, 10, 15 footers for par. Not a lot of greens hit. You just can be far more exhausted, even though you've had the exact same physical experience as someone playing alongside of you who's 5 or 6 shots better.
Yeah, you definitely have to refrain from trying to force things to happen, and you know, that's a longer putt. Instead of, you know, relaxing and trying to put a good stroke on it, you know, you're like, well, I could make this one and get one back. You want to stay in that mindset of staying in the process and how good can I hit this putt, and that cliche of taking one shot at a time. Hopefully Brooke got a good teach from Lydia on that last one. She was on a similar line.
Just didn't snap for her, but should be a par. All right, Davey Weber's added another birdie, so the first player to get to -3.
Bogey free on her day.
Henderson going to tidy up before the Lottie Woad birdie effort here at the 8th.
Lottie has about 27 feet, and I think that she's going to get pretty comfortable with this distance. She's had several of these so far, this front 9, and she's judged them beautifully.
Stay up. Oh, how does that stop? She's only made 11 feet worth of putts in the first 8 holes, but all of those putts for the most part have felt really solid. They just haven't dropped.
Yeah, it's so hard to call it like that because she's hit 100% of her greens, and obviously when you hit 100% of the greens, you might not necessarily have the best putting stats for the morning. Not having to get up and down or make more short ones. It's got to get approach shots a little bit closer because, to your point, Will, good strokes.
This is an important putt.
Lydia, yeah, almost a 5-footer here. You definitely don't want to be grinding over these all day, and we've seen her having to grind over her par putts, and this is the last thing that you want to be doing is, you know, finally get back on track and hit a green, and now you're having a 5-footer for par.
And that was to avoid 3 bogeys in a row for Lydia. You just don't want to get too disconnected. Not even thinking necessarily win the golf tournament, but for someone trying to make a cut for the first time this year in a major, need less stress. So there's a smile on her face. That clears the deck, and Nelly is committed.
Tricky hole location to get close because it's on the right and the wind out of the right. Key to be disciplined and hit this in the center. This is a 7-iron for Nelly.
But you see where she was setting up. I know she likes to play that draw, but Susie, she was set up right at that hole.
Yeah, I see the tee box aims right as well. And I'm interested, I'd love to get in her head a little bit and see, I would think she would flight that into that whole location. It looks like she took it well out to the right, started it well out to the right, and now has a long one for birdie.
And that's a product of being comfortable with the stock shot you hit. If you're not comfortable hitting a fade up against the right to left wind, you don't do that. Hannah Green, though, that's the shot that she likes to play and has the ability to get a lot closer. You get rewarded when you have multiple shots in your bag like that.
Oh, that was beautifully done.
As Se-Young Kim steps into this shot, this is an 8-iron coming off the bogey on the par 5 7th. Important for her to reset. This is not a hole where you can get too cute with it, because if you miss it short-sided, you're likely taking a penalty with the water on that right. Commit to that left side and expect to have a 25-footer for birdie.
Oof.
You can tell she didn't love that hit. She was chasing it, trying to get it up on that surface. She did.
Nervous now, but Nelly Korda will have a lengthy putt for 3 birdies in a row, trying to get within one of the co-leaders right now at 3 under par on a Thursday.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI, so when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much? Is that it can never be perfected.
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
Maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
Third of 5 majors on the women's calendar this year, and for the second time here at Hazeltine National Golf Club, which becomes the first golf course in the history of the sport to host multiple U.S. men's PGAs and women's PGA championships. 2 men's PGAs in 2002 and 2009. Those were underdog stories. Rich Beem and Y.E. Yang winning. Obviously, Hannah Green was outside the top 100 in the world when she won here in 2019. Maybe we'll have a off-the-radar winner again here in Chaska. Se-Young Kim looking for a bounce back here at the 8th.
A very slow putt, turning right the entire way. Now, she's had great control with her speed from around the greens and leaned into that on that lag putt. Also a beautiful scene here at the 8th. A ton of people out watching this featured group.
Again, even par right now, you're in the top 20. And this golf course is not playing easy, not nearly as hard as it was in that first round a couple of years ago. We mentioned it was 75.6, but this morning wave right now, scoring average is almost 2 shots over par, 73.75 right now, as the fog continues to lift and we get a little heat into the golf course. Nelly Korda certainly has heated up over the last half hour.
Yeah, product of staying patient on the greens and allowing a couple of putts to drop in. This is going to turn to the right. One of those putts where you're just focused on speed. If you're in between reads, erring on the high side, given how fast these putts are, you miss it on the low side and it just runs out to that 3-4 foot range.
Don't think it was going to get there. It hit something with about 10 feet to go. Hopped the ball right up in the air, but as Amelia was saying, wonderful marriage of the line and speed there to make it a stress-free tap in for Nelly to stay at -1. Hannah Green's going to have a short one, but before she does that one, Lydia Ko's had plenty of stress on this front 9. Her second now to close out this opening 9 holes.
She has 178. This is a 5 hybrid. And she does not like that at all. Played it way right and short.
Oh, well, it would have been better if that one had hopped down into the bunker maybe for Lydia Ko, but boy, the miss has been two-way too, hasn't it, Susie? I mean, it's left, right, every direction right now for Lydia.
Yeah, you can tell she just does not know where the golf ball is going. Even through impact, no aggressive swings that we've seen yet.
Hannah Green looking for her first birdie of the day.
Just needs to get the pace right on this putt. She's read the greens really well so far, just hasn't been able to marry it with the speed.
Oh, another just off. This is where you really have to stay patient, making good strokes.
Well, that putt from Green just missed. This was Brooke Henderson's second at 9.
Yeah, from 156 yards to a back left hole location. Safely on, but not what she was looking for.
9, fourth hardest hole on the golf course.
Lottie has 152. This is a 7 iron.
Tempo wasn't her best, but she's on the green.
She kind of threw her hands up like, well, hit another green.
Is it just the length? What's the challenge here, Susie, heading back home up the hill at 9?
Yeah, we can see the bunkers that hug the fairway right and left-hand side, but really what the challenge is quite elevated. Hard to tell on the screen, but up 9 to that back hole location, just really difficult to take the number you need to get it all the way back there. It's also protected by a large bunker on the right, and then you see that front bunker left. Neither should be in play for that hole location today. That's 28 paces on and 7 off the left.
Fourth hardest fairway to hit so far. Again, small sample size. We've only had about 7 groups come through here at the 9th. Nelly Korda going to try and thread the bunkers with driver. No golfer is perfect, no golfer is automatic, but it seems as if the last few months, club in that woman's hand has been as close to automatic as you could find.
Yeah, and straightened it out really from the first 3-4 holes.
Hannah Green has also hit some nice tee shots on these last few holes. She can lean into that on this hole that's very narrow. Both sides of bunkers come into play. This is leaning to the left.
Yeah, I believe that caught the first one.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. That's where the bogeys live on that left-hand side. In fact, all the bogeys made so far at 9 today have come from either left or right bunker misses, a couple from the rough as well. So putting it in the fairway here at 9, muy importante.
The only saving grace on this tee shot for the players is that the wind is still down. These players get some crosswind on 9, can get so tricky.
All right, now up at the green. You can at least see half the golf ball here, but Jarena, this looks like no fun for Lydia.
Yeah, this is not ideal. She's obviously having 1 foot in the bunker, 1 foot out. She's choking down all the way to the shaft. It might even be a couple inches down on the shaft. The only saving grace is she has quite a bit of green to work with. Looks like she kind of went right underneath it.
Yeah, she had to open that face up so much, Jarena, just to get the loft she needed, but to your point, went right under it.
There's no point when you would ever practice that shot. There's hardly any places that you would. So what feel do you rely on to try and execute that?
You probably had it at some point in your career.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be an athlete and just feel it out. I think it's one of those things where you don't think, you just do. You know, it's kind of like if someone wadded up a piece of paper and said, hey, toss it in this trash can. It's not like, oh, you don't start going to, the mode of how far I take my hand back, where do I release it? You just kind of aim and shoot. And I think one of those things is in that situation, you got to just aim and shoot and trust your feel and your instincts.
Jarena, who is the best improviser you played with? So if you were like, oh, that would be the person that would execute a shot like that the best.
Oh, geez. I guess the first person that kind of comes to mind is Brittany Linscomb. She doesn't really have much of a swing coach, or she just hits it. And the next person I would say is Charlie Holt. She's amazing at hitting shots and being creative, and any Spaniard for that matter.
Hustle a little bit.
Yeah, another good lag putt for Lottie. She just got to get those shots coming into the green closer. She's putting well, but not giving herself a lot of chances.
Yeah, I think this 9th hole is going to give a lot of people trouble today. I mean, she had a great drive, and she still had 7 iron and still came up well short. It is playing 5 to 7 yards uphill and straight into the wind. So it's playing really long today.
But putter or no putter, she missed 1 fairway and 0 greens on the front 9. You continue that pace if you're Lottie Woad, and you're going to be playing the last tee time on Sunday.
Yeah, this 9th hole so far today is playing the 3rd hardest hole on the golf course.
There's Brooke straight up the hill, longer putt. Just ran out of gas. But to piggyback on what you guys are talking about, I think it hasn't warmed up out here at all, and the breeze hasn't picked up at all. But I definitely think the cold weather is not letting that ball fly. Is probably what these girls are used to all beginning of the week. So they're gonna have to adjust for the rest of this week and rest of today. That's not gonna warm up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for where we're seeing them leave their golf ball. The back 9 is not playing easy as well. You have really, literally 4 of the toughest holes coming into the back. So Lydia does not want to head in there 3 over par.
Yeah, as far as her ball striking, I'm not sure if she's trying to press and get a little extra out of it when she leaves those out right, but she's definitely losing them short right, which is not where you want to be championship week.
Well, if that goes in, it's going to be a front nine 39 for Lydia. And the opposite of what we were talking about from Lottie Woad. Lottie's missed just 1 fairway and 0 greens. 3 missed fairways for Lydia Ko, including a big wide miss at 6, and hits just 4 of 9 greens. You can't survive at Hazeltine missing that many greens.
Just shy of 4 feet for Brooke.
Should be curling from her right to left. A little downhill. Susie, I think what makes these greens so difficult out here is there's a lot of ups and downs in the same putt. You know, you may be hitting your first part of your putts downhill and it's going back uphill, or vice versa. It's going uphill and then going downhill, and that it makes it tough to judge. And when you're not hitting it close and you're having 35 footers, it'll wear on you all day long.
Oh, I agree. Brooke's been really good though within that 6-foot range. Lydia just hasn't given herself enough chances, just missing so many greens, Will, as you mentioned. See if she can turn it around on the back.
Maybe she needs to switch that clip to a hot dog and take the baguette off.
Yeah, and I think to your point, like it looks to me like she's actually thinking technique over the golf ball. I can't know that for sure, but that's what it feels like, and I'd love to see her just make some more aggressive moves through the base.
Definitely a pretzel roll. The hair clip pretzel roll.
Oh, you think it's a pretzel roll?
Yeah, pretzel roll.
Oh, so we were wrong on both fronts.
I think it's just a clip. I think all of us are just hungry for carbs right now, and so we're all inventing our own form of bread.
I'll get the lowdown, don't worry.
Looks like there's a very nice hospitality area just over the back of the green. I think we're in danger of losing both Tarina and Amelia for a little bit of time here if they make the turn.
Definitely me. Yeah.
Yeah. Time for a snack.
Everything but the birdie putts going in. There is nothing to shake your head at. And Lottie Woad, top 5 player in the world, and maybe even better than that over the last month, in good position to start this 3rd major of the season, as they'll make the trek to the back 9. And Hannah Green got a flat lie here, but uphill out of the bunker for her 2nd.
Green generates some nice height on the golf ball, which she can use to her advantage. That was well executed from being out of position off the tee.
Yeah, really good.
Six iron for Se Young Kim. These players cannot see the putting surface, requiring some extra visualization to dial in this yardage.
A little step through.
Yeah, she loves that little chase swing, right? Where her whole body chases the golf ball.
Chase a little up on the green.
Nicely done.
It's actually a really good drill for people to do if they feel they're getting stuck behind it.
I'd worry I'd fall over, Amelia.
152 yards for Nelly, playing closer to 160. That flag all the way in the back portion where the green pinches in.
Another one just a little bit left. I mean, we're nitpicking now at a round that she has turned around to get to under par, but if there has been a miss today, it's been those irons a little bit farther left of target, but a chance for a lengthy birdie to get to 2 under par as Nelly gets ready to make the turn.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness. Because every champion needs a champion.
Golf isn't easy. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way. But over the last few months, I've traveled across the country working with PGA of America golf professionals to improve every part of my game. And every lesson has been building towards one goal: breaking 100 at Hazeltine National Golf Club.
You can have the information in front of you, but you may not always know how to apply it. These are the people that apply it. They're going to take you from A to B, and even just one lesson, which is nuts. If this is any proof, get a lesson.
And follow my journey in Hannah Gets Good.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
The best in women's golf have returned to Hazeltine National Golf Club. Thank you for joining the KPMG Women's PGA Championship featured groups. Powered by T-Mobile, bringing you more angles and more access through its 5G advanced network.
We're making the turn with our morning featured groups here at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Hannah Green for birdie at 9. Out of position off the tee. We'll have that to turn at 1 over. Lottie Woad turning at 1 under. She's been nearly flawless from a ball striking standpoint, but that will officially be her second missed fairway of the round as she moves to the back 9. Nelly Korda's been on the left side of a lot of greens so far today, and this has got some serious height to climb if she's to make her third birdie in her last 4 holes.
The key part of what you just said, Will, is her misses have been left, and that is on the left side of the green. When she misses, it is not by much and is usually still in a good position for a birdie. This is a slow putt, though, slower than it looks.
Yeah, that's a beautiful stroke.
Wow. How about that read? That ball was breaking back towards the back of the green there at the end and nearly stole one there, but the second half of that front 9 was pretty darn good for Nelly Korda. I think she would gladly take another 35 on the back 9 and see where 70 strokes gets you at day's end. Brooke Henderson drove it well on the front.
Yeah, dogleg left, but 249 to the bunker on the right, 240 to the bunker on the left. So really just trying to navigate between the two of them.
That was right of the bunker. It might be in right of that second bunker, but might be down in the other one. And you can see how much height there is there, so that could be a problem. And Se Young Kim looking to turn with some momentum.
I thought maybe for a little while she had that. Well, at least she took off a layer. Maybe it's getting a tad bit warmer out there. Not what we're hearing from Drina, though.
I know what you're talking about. Drina's in hospitality, having a coffee and a pretzel roll, or a whatever loaf of bread.
Okay, guys, I'm happy to announce that, report back, it is a baguette. I asked her. She said she got it from Hong Kong.
You called it.
Gotta love me a ham and cheese baguette.
Oh, God. Agreed.
Oh. Speaking of the baguette, there it is. Holding in. There, Lydia Ko, and that one appears to be a better start to the back nine for Lydia. If that just holds that right side, that'll just be the first cut. It does settle down a little bit for Lydia. Struggled on approach so far today. I'm still convinced it's a pretzel baguette, but you know what? I didn't buy it. She did. Walk us through the 10th hole, Susie.
Yeah, so this 10th hole, as you can see, really heads straight away for their tee shot, except for perhaps the longest hitters, which will curve down if they hit it from right to left off that slope. Bunker on the right, as I mentioned, 249 to the front of it. Bunkers on the left, 240 to the front of those. Third one would be 281 to carry. Won't see anybody going that direction. And then as you head down toward that green surface, you can see it's protected by the two bunkers on the front, the lake on the left-hand side. Today, the whole location 13 on and 7 off that left. Everything slopes off to the left, just off of this green side, so you want to stay away from getting too close over that bunker left to this whole location today.
One of the 4 of the 5 hardest holes in the golf course on this back nine, the 10th. PGA Hope continuing to do incredible work, helping in the transition of our great men and women who have served and utilizing golf to help in their community building. You can learn more by visiting PGA.com and go to PGAReach.org as well to learn more about PGA Hope and what it's doing for veterans through the game of golf.
Yeah, it stands for helping our patriots everywhere, and free programming by coaches throughout the country, 6 weeks. If you have somebody that you know that could be a part of that, please let them know.
Lydia has 179, playing down 11. She has 6 iron, right into the green.
Yeah, she stayed in that shot a little bit better, covered it better, got a better result too.
Great result. You can see all the trouble down there. You saw it on the flyover as well. Not a lot of wiggle room to miss either direction here at 10.
No, Brooke has a really tough lie, although she has a better angle to the green. I'm standing over on the left side of the fairway, and I cannot see the green whatsoever. So she definitely has the vantage point of that angle that she has from the rough.
Yeah, I like Lydia's play.
She has
Lydia
172.
Sorry, Jarena. Lydia's coming out of that rough and let it kind of skate up there. Coming out of that deep stuff, I imagine that Brooke will do the same. This should have a little right to left on it too. Really aggressive
like
through the base.
That could work out though.
Yeah, beautiful.
I think one of the few holes out here that being in the rough right side is not too bad, because you can use that to your advantage, and everything's downhill and rolls to the green.
Or you have this tweener lie like Lottie Woad. How would you judge, Susie, what this golf ball is going to do? Fairway makes sense. Rough, you kind of have an idea, but this is an 1.5 inch thick first cut. How do you judge the lie here to figure out release?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It looks like the grass is growing with her, so could catch a little bit of a flyer here. I think she just has to play this conservatively, front of the green. If it rolls back to the hole, great.
Lottie has 162. She has an 8 iron, playing about 8 yards downhill. Talked to my husband, who is actually a PGA pro, and he says that it spins more out of that first cut.
Yeah, there we go. That's well done. That's exactly where she should have played it. She couldn't take a chance of going all the way at that whole location.
We got a major champion on top of this board. We're looking at a 4-time major champion on the tee, but how about the 2020 U.S. Open champion, Lim Kim? She's gotten it to 4 under par. She's made the turn to the front 9, so she'll finish up on that front 9, so a chance to post a good one with a couple of par 5s still in front of her on the front, as Nelly Korda was 1 over early in her round, a couple of birdies, and now with driver here to begin the back 9.
Right fairway bunker comes into play at 283. That's the target with the draw.
A little unlucky kick there. So narrow down there where she's trying to navigate it.
It's such a long par 4, though, playing 412 yards. These players need to push it up there. You lay back and you actually won't be able to see the green. At minimum, you have to get it in line with those left bunkers to be able to have the best angle. That's towards the spectators on the right.
Yeah, that was definitely toey.
Scattered some folks up in the moguls, but the side you have to miss on if you're going to miss, right?
Right is the miss, and these tee shots are only going to get more intimidating as the week goes on, with how the fairway bends and the bunkers coming into play right at that point that makes you uncomfortable because you can't carry everything on the left side. It's 269 to carry that middle bunker.
Well, Se-Young Kim is setting up way right.
Yeah, well right of the blue tower you see down there at the trees on the right, but that was a big pull. Well, she tried to pull it back to the fairway, just didn't quite get it done.
That sort of looked uncomfortable from the very beginning, didn't it? Sort of reset where the target was, and
it reset to the same spot.
So it'll be lie dependent for Kim and Green, with Nelly chasing down that narrow neck of the fairway and up on the green. Some birdie looks.
Looks like the sun is trying to peek out, Jarena.
It is, and I'm like a lizard over here. I want to just bask in the sun. I've been freezing. The wind has died down. You're right, sun is out, and we're looking at Lottie has about 31 feet. There's a little knob that's pushing off the bunker to her left. That's going to make this putt go right. Once again in that 30-ish foot range for Lottie.
That's kind of the story of her round. A lot of those mid-range putts, but the speed control has been good. Not a ton of stress on the second effort.
When I played majors especially, I always wanted to play what I so-called stress-free golf, and that is what Lottie is playing today. And you know, as frustrating on paper it may look that she hasn't missed a green, you just got to stay patient, and you know, you'd much rather have those tap-ins for pars than grinding over 5 and 6 footers. Lydia is just a hair closer than Lottie was. However, she doesn't have that knob to contend with, but her putt should go to the right still. There's a few greens on this golf course that slope back to front, and this is definitely one of them.
Same result.
Well, that's a nice par reset.
Still chasing that first birdie here on the back nine. Got a par 5 coming up, which is really your only reprieve on the back nine. It is the easiest hole on the golf course coming up at 11, and Brooke Henderson hopes to go there riding the wave of a birdie at 10.
Yeah, there's not much movement in hers. She's back up the hill here. So definitely be stealing one from hitting it in the rough off the tee. Walking away with 3.
Just over borrowed.
I think we're starting to, especially as the sun comes out, feels like they're starting to roll like the speed that they thought they were going to roll those first few holes when everybody was leaving things short. We're getting a little extra spice in the putting surfaces, and obviously it's always about wind, Susie, but you get a little bit of the temperature going, the greens start to run the speed. Would you almost rather be playing this afternoon as we're approaching 11 o'clock local time? Do you think that it might offer an opportunity for not better scoring, but more capable scoring in the afternoon if we get a little bit of heat?
I think both waves will have their own challenges, but I think the afternoon wave having an opportunity to actually watch a little of this is a huge advantage.
All right, be careful here if you're Hannah Green.
Fortunately, it's a decent lie. Completely blind second, though. 182 yards.
And that ended up left.
I lost it in the air.
Maybe a dangerous spot for Green there, and it was an uncomfortable start to this hole. Se-Young Kim just never really looked like she knew what she wanted to do off the tee, and now she's stuck between two weapons here for the second.
And this lie is not good. It's completely buried. Trying to roll something up towards the front of the green, but difficult to do that because it's a 10-yard window to do so, guarded between two bunkers, and the entire fairway 50 yards short of the green pitches severely from right to left. She needs to err right with the penalty area being on that left side and giving her more space to work with.
Hannah Green second, by the way, just held the left bunker, so didn't fly it into the penalty area, but that's going to be short-sighted.
Did a nice job getting through that grass. It's going to kick on the left side. Baby skirt on the green. Oh, what a shot from Se-Young Kim.
Now put the brakes on. You see all that slope working off the back left portion. Look at that ball continue to run out.
That's a wedge for Nelly from 135.
Just carried it a bit too deep, and there it goes. We've got some fire in the greens here at Hazeltine. This 10th, a real test down the slope.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
Yeah, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Just a beautiful look down the hill here at 10, and see Hannah Green pacing up to mark her golf ball. She was in the left bunker, had to splash out to there, so she's got a grind to save her par. But one of the coolest spots on the property here at Hazeltine. You could put a chair outside the ropes here at 10 on the right-hand side and just watch golf on a couple of different holes all day long. And this is a fun little test down the slope. We'll have a couple of long birdie efforts coming up for both Se-Young Kim and Nelly Korda here at the par 4.
Speed control has been very good from Se-Young Kim so far, and I'm still so impressed with that second shot she hit, to be able to get something, roll something onto the putting surface. It was such a narrow window, and now rewarded to have a birdie opportunity after being in a difficult spot off the tee. But given how quick the green pitches in that area towards the back, this is going to be another slow putt. She's had a couple of these where it's back up the hill and has been able to manage it nicely. This is going to turn a lot from left to right as well.
That one just a little bit too high, but given where she drove it, a very acceptable result for the 2020 champ, who shot a final round 63 to win that major. She is still the only woman in this tournament's history with a final round of 63. Not only that, but to have it be the winning score. She's one of just 4 players to win a major with a final day 63, man or woman. And we've got 2 of them in our feature group coverage window this morning. Lydia Ko did it en route to one of her 3 major titles. As Nelly surveys this one, how much could she learn, Amelia, from what she just watched?
A decent amount, especially the last 10 feet or so. It really swings from left to right, and the last 6 feet is also more downhill, coming over the ridge in the beginning. And Nelly almost made that long putt at 9. She's dialed in with the speed right now.
A little work there Still for Nelly, but the most work belonging to Hannah Green, who out of position off the tee, was really fortunate to even have a third shot up around the green, and now needs to lean on this club to avoid another drop shot.
Well, these are the kind of pars that keep your round together, keep you in it to contend at a major. Still hasn't made a birdie today, so this is to not drop another shot. Little left to right in it. Just been so solid from inside of 10 feet today.
That's a huge putt. Still looking for that first birdie, but it keeps you engaged in the tournament for sure. And what has been not the strongest of starts for the 2019 champion, and it's been a really steady hour or so after Nelly had to grind out the first 4 holes of this round. You just don't want to make any careless mistakes here after your birdie effort slid by 4 feet.
And these are the putts that sometimes we can get a surprise miss from Nelly. Very important to maintain the good tempo on these shorties. It's easy to get a little jerky with it.
No problem there.
It's a nice 9 for Sayan. She had some mistakes out there. She cleaned them up. She made some really nice putts.
And a par 5 coming.
Par 5 coming.
A little pro team before you get there. Speaking of that par 5, our other feature group hustled up ahead. Easiest hole on the golf course, this 11th so far today. There have been 15 birdies, just 10 bogeys to one of 2 holes that is playing under par. And we have had a couple of players try to advance it up by the green. As our first feature group down the hill from this par 5, looking to get something going here on a back nine that's just not going to give you a whole lot of birdie looks. You know you got to take advantage here at 11.
Yeah, Brooke here has missed the fairway left, and she has the best angle. However, her ball's sitting pretty far down. It's going to be tough to judge this wedge coming from that. You got to land it, I would guess, probably 10 on, and you got to contend with the ridge that's pretty severe before the green goes away from you. She's hoisted this high in the air.
Oh, that's a beautiful golf shot.
Really good from that lie.
Trying to birdie her second straight par 5. And we've had a couple of players able to advance second shots up by the green. If Nelly gets a hold of this one, she could think about reaching. There's a little extra in that swing.
Yeah, beautifully done. Tons of rollout. Lottie with just a short wedge in there as well. But that's going to hold up on her. She proximity today is right just under 30 feet. She just can't seem to get the ball close as she'd like. Yeah, that's also really nice looking drive. Stayed in that beautifully. Every once in a while she pulls away from the driver and gets it a little toey.
Is this where Lydia Ko finally finds a birdie? We'll get back to her result in a second. Se Young Kim All three appear to be off to a good start here. She'll be the furthest back of the trio, and a 3-shot hole for the veteran. Par 5 going to be pivotal for those in the back nine, trying to run down a two-way tie for the lead. It's Lim Kim. Ina Yoon have gotten it to 4 under par.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Four under par is the number to get to right now. The question is, will those hold up? All three at the top of the leaderboard, back 9 tee times. So an opportunity, especially if Anna Belloc could get a par at 18 and make the turn. We saw that the front nine's playing about a 0.6 of a shot easier than the back 9. So those are some nice starts from our two co-leaders, as our featured group started on 1. They've reached the back 9, and Birdie looks here at the par 5 11th. Brooke Henderson hit that wonderful shot out of the right-hand rough to set up a chance for a birdie here.
Yeah, Brooke has about 9 feet. Should go left to right. Appears to be a little uphill. Well done.
Yeah, needed it. That's 2 birdies since her last bogey to get Henderson into the red. Again, hasn't had a top 20 finish since a podium at the first tournament of the year, the Hilton Tournament of Champions. So small sample size, but a good start from Henderson. And again, there are just 19 players under par, challenging major conditions, even with 2 leaders out to -4. Boy, this would feel really good for Lydia Ko right about now.
Yeah, of course, Bill. She's about 7 feet, and get this rolling in and trying to get some momentum back on her side and get a few back on this backside and regroup for tomorrow. from my angle, it looked like she kind of cut across the putt, which is very rare for Lydia.
She's made a couple of really nice par putts in this round, but I'd say probably only her second realistic chance at a birdie, and she had the short one early in the round at 2. Missed that one, and now a miss from 7 feet here at 11. When you can tell yourself every 7-footer is the same, no matter what you're putting for, but when you haven't had that first birdie, sometimes the hole just shrinks a little bit on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think just regardless if you're putting for your first birdie or your third birdie, I feel like she doesn't really have control of her game, especially her swing, and just to get some putts to fall, I think that'd be huge, a huge start.
And Lottie Woad was on the green, had about just inside 30 feet for her birdie, and left herself this 3-footer.
I think this green in the back is a little deceiving. It looks like it goes away from you, and I think she was a little too careful with that.
Certainly still is a nice start for Lottie. She's also a KPMG ambassador, so exciting to be playing well at this KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
Yeah, the investment across the board, right? It's not just this tournament, but so many things throughout the course of the year, and so many players that are in that stable of KPMG as well. And get all the insights this week as well. We're going to learn a lot about the rounds of golf, even more so than every week on tour with Lim Kim and Ina Yoon. We mentioned KPMG ambassadors. Well, we're joined by one right now. There's Mariah Stackhouse. Mo, what's going on?
I'm happy to be here in the booth with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Mariah. How are you doing? I know you've been a KPMG ambassador for a very long time, but you're also an incredible player. You've won over 100 junior events. You've played on the LPGA Tour, but I know you're fighting an injury right now. Can you give us a little update?
Yes, it's been a little bit of a back and forth process for me. A couple of months ago, I found out that my original diagnosis missed another diagnosis, and that's been the reason for my slow recovery. So I'm just hoping to get the ball rolling on that, get the shoulder back healed, and be back to playing golf as soon as possible. I miss it. I miss being on tour, competing, and just playing the game that I love. So that's the mission right now. Get back healthy.
Well, we know you're doing everything possible to get back out here. Will, as a KPMG ambassador, I know you've just been an incredible, role model for so many and for KPMG. Can you talk us through a little bit about what this event means to you?
Without a doubt, this is my favorite major championship on tour. Being a KPMG ambassador brings me a lot of pride. I think what they've done with this tournament since taking over it, I think about 11 or 12 years ago now, has been absolutely amazing. Every year they find a new way to elevate from player experience to purse size. It just keeps making our game better and showing an intentionality to the growth of this tour. And so it means the world to me to wear KPMG and to represent, as they were invested in us, and it's special.
And you have the benefit of that relationship too, Mariah, in the fact that, as a Stanford alumna, you were already using so much data behind the scenes to make you guys better players down there on the farm. And now to have all the KPMG performance insights on the LPGA Tour, especially this week, what does that do to help a player? How does it make you better and all of the players in the field to be better, having all of this added infrastructure on a week like this to be able to analyze your game?
Absolutely. I think what having statistics does is it takes out guessing, and it shows you exactly what's working for you and exactly what needs to improve. When I heard about the KPMG Performance Insights being delivered after each round this week in a real form that you can take immediately after signing the scorecard, go to the range, go to the chipping green, putting green, and focus on what statistically needed improvement in this round. It made me even more sad to not be playing this week because that's the kind of stuff that I nerd out over. It's fantastic. But you can only be as good with preparation as your statistical information. And so you don't want to practice off vibes. You want to practice off what you know. And so when you have statistics, you can make informed decisions about what you need to work on.
All right, we got Mariah Stackhouse with us. She's going to sit right there. We got to watch a Nelly shot over at the 11th as she tries to attack yet another par 5. This was a moment ago. She laid up to the bottom of the hill, this back right hole location. Susie, see if she can dial in the wedge distance.
Yeah, and this whole location, as you mentioned, backed right, tricky with a little false front, but not tricky for Nelly. Threw it in it beautifully.
She sticks it, a chance for her to get to 2 under par. And this golf course, as we continue to sort of learn about it, we have the numbers. We talk about all of those sort of performance insights that go with it, but there's that sort of natural learning process, right, that the players have to have. And you see what Alim Kim's doing. She's gotten it to 5 under par, and we learn, the players learn about where things are going on this. And so I'm curious, as Mariah Stackhouse is spending some time with us to be able to sort of pick the brain of a player. Mo, I'm curious, like, as you are watching this golf tournament, I know you don't get to play, but if you had an afternoon tee time, what are you gleaning? What are you learning? What are you seeing from the golf course that you would apply if you were going to the first tee here in a couple of hours?
Absolutely. I think I noticed in some of the earlier groups that they were leaving the putt short originally, but then I think the speed of the greens is picking up. So that would be something to note. And so I think if I'd watched originally, I might have thought, oh, the greens might be a little slower today. But I know that that might have just been the dew on the ground this morning and still recovering from a little bit of that downpour that we had Tuesday afternoon. So I think the course is returning in terms of speed to that Monday practice round. And so I think that I would use that information and maybe prepare to play a little differently than I did in the practice rounds on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Mariah, if you had an opening like Lydia Ko, she was 3 over through the front 9, and we know what a stellar player Lydia is. Can you talk through how a player can reset as they head to the back 9?
Absolutely. I think she makes the turn and she says, okay, I'm going to refocus and just try to put myself in a position to give myself birdie opportunities. But I think also if you find that maybe I'm struggling with ball striking a little bit, or if I find that the putts aren't falling, I would focus very much on tee to green and just minimizing error. And so if I'm hitting the fairways and I'm hitting the greens, I'm inevitably going to have opportunities to make a few birdies. But that's typically my approach. If I find that the game is coming to me a little slowly in any particular round, it becomes just hit the fairways, hit the greens, and try to minimize error. And then in that, I'll find some opportunities for birdies.
Well, we know the player experience this week, even off of the golf course, is so good. Mariah, I hope you get to experience as much of that as possible. But most importantly, next year we're calling your birdies at Congressional, okay?
Absolutely, yes.
Thanks for joining us, Mariah. We appreciate your time. Enjoy the week.
Always happy to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Mariah Stackhouse there. Appreciate her time, a KPMG ambassador, and again, so much that they've done for the game. Nelly Korda trying to keep pace, looking for her 3rd birdie of the round.
Well done. Set that up beautifully.
That'll vault her into the top 5 right now. 2 under par, tied for 4th behind that Alim Kim run out to 5 under par. But there's a couple of misses, the failed up and down early in her round, a distant memory right now as Nelly has restored order. If you are under par right now, it is a good start to this tournament, but a rare missed fairway for Lottie Woad up ahead at 12 and a long ways from home here at the long par 4. Look at that strength.
Yeah, this from 179 out. She's just trying to chop it out of that deep stuff. Rough cut at about 3 inches, that bluegrass.
Had to be careful. There's a little pond down the right-hand side that stops about 40, 50 yards short of the green. had to make sure that if you're going to make a mistake here, you miss it left. And Brooke Henderson doesn't have to worry about fighting the rough as she's coming off her second birdie, and like Woad in this group has gotten it to -1.
Brooke coming in from 170. Playing the second hardest hole on the golf course today. Just a long iron in here, 21 on, 8 off the right. Trying to fly it all the way back there. Yeah, that's beautifully done. Look at this. Just fantastic.
That'll be the best shot of the day on approach into the green here at the 12th from Brooke Henderson, and so a chance for back-to-back birdies. That's stealing one if you can make a birdie out here at 12. Not a dream start, but a solid start for Brooke, and it's getting better by the second. You could say the same thing for Nelly Korda as the temperatures have risen. Her game has found heat as well as she has the honor now back on the tee, and important to find the fairway, but a couple extra yards in the swing could be helpful as well. That one was drifting a little left and may have found that left-hand rough, and that is going to be now a challenge the rest of the way here for Nelly.
When Hannah's missed it today, she's missed it right, and on this 12th, that puts the bunkers in play down the right-hand side.
Coming off par at 11, missed a 15-footer for her birdie, and right center off the tee here at 12. There's been almost as many doubles or worse as birdies here at this par 4, as you were alluding to. Second hardest hole on the golf course, and much of that just a product of the length of it at 436 yards. So young Kim just drifting to the right-hand side and may stay short of that bunker. But Nelly's gotten within 3 of the lead and now trying to survive the back here at Hazeltine.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey, dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment has gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey, dude, you won't believe where I am.
Good second shot into 12 for Lydia Ko, trying to lift the lid for her first birdie of the day.
Yeah, she's about 13 feet. Should go left to right.
Can't buy a birdie.
A little too much speed there. She had an awesome hybrid from the fairway. Swing looked really good.
I saw the rough gobble up Lottie Woad's approach shot, and then all she could do is get it down the left-hand side, played from there. And after really not putting herself in many positions of peril so far today, this is the first time she's had to make a long par saver.
Yeah, that's about 20 feet. I went and surveyed her lie on this chip, and it was not good. It was not really surrounded by a bunch of grass, but it was sitting down in kind of like a bare spot, and it was just tough to judge the contact and how much it was going to roll out.
Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear me? Okay. That's the check in for the battery switch out.
Well, first missed green is the first bogey of the round for Lottie Woad.
I'd be very surprised if there's any player that goes out bogey-free throughout this championship. So certainly not unexpected, but trying to get it back, see if we can do a little bounce back for Lottie.
Yeah, it's not if, it's when those bogeys come. In fact, whole morning wave on the golf course, 78 players out in the morning, 78 out this afternoon. There are only 7 players that are bogey-free still on the golf course.
Yeah, major championships will test every facet of your game. Smallest of misses can turn into big mistakes. And Lydia just trying to hang on. She doesn't have her best ball striking today. Putter's been slightly off. He's tend to be a little more forceful for the putter when you know you've got to make them. But if she can just hang in there and get a couple birdies on this backside, she'll be just fine.
Only one player prior to Brooke Henderson's swing had hit a shot inside of 10 feet at 12 today, and Brooke did even better than that. This is, if this was Jarena, I would have given it to her by now. We'd be on the 13th tee.
Will's got the jokes.
I would have said, great, I'll take it. Go ahead and give it to me.
The way I play golf these days, I would take that and run.
I would have thrown a press on top of it too, just for good measure. It's pick it up. It's good. I press.
Is there something confusing about this putt, Jarena, that they're seeing that we're not?
No, I think they're just kind of reading too much into it. I don't see much there. The dreaded straight putt, as we all say.
Doesn't overthink it. Pours it right in. And here comes Brooke. Who said the back nine was harder? Took care of business at 11, and now that is a rare birdie here at 12. As they race over to 13, we go back to the fairway and Se-Young Kim.
176 yards to the hole. 160 clears the bunkers in line, and that's where Se-Young Kim's shot is headed. Could be a beauty.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I just covered that bunker, Amelia. Turned out great.
That's the second best
really
approach shot into the green.
With her aggressive nature. She's aggressive around the greens. It did cost her a 3-putt on the last, but it's been setting her up for some great shots. Now, Nelly Korda, this lie is very buried. It's only 151 to the front of the green, and anything on the putting surface would be a great shot. That left side is where she needed to err, with the bunker guarding the right side of the green.
Yep, that catches a piece of the green. It's just fine.
.163 yards left for Hannah Green. The wind is slightly out of the right, so she can be aggressive with this shot, hitting that hold off into the wind that she's been hitting nicely today.
Yeah, another great shot. She'll give Se Young a nice little look as well.
It's settling into about a shot and a half over par scoring average. So if you're tracking your favorite players here in featured groups, you're seeing Elim Kim out to 5 under, Ina Yoon 4 under par. Those are sort of outlying good rounds. You shoot even par today, you're going to be far better than field average, and certainly not play your way out of it. And I think for any player that's not under par like Brooke Henderson, you're just thinking, okay, how can I work my way back to 72? Now Brooke Henderson's thinking, how can I finish this thing off in the 60s and be in the mix tomorrow afternoon? And she's on the tee here at 13.
Yeah, this ball's playing about 166 with a little helping wind. She kind of wants to land it at the front of the green. This is headed just the right side of the green, may miss it. I was just told that she became an aunt this morning. Her sister gave birth to her baby, I believe, at 4 a.m. or something. So I'm not sure if she knows or, but we definitely got some word of Aunt Brooke now.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Congratulations to Brittany.
Yeah, absolutely, and wishing everyone well.
Got Lydia here with the 7-iron. This is one of the greens that slopes front to back. So she's going to be looking to land this about 5 on max. Same kind of shot Brooke just hit.
Yeah, choked well down on that too.
There, please. Thank you.
Looked like she got through that better. I was expecting that to be a little bit straighter than that.
That neck, the fairway here, opening in this par 3 is less than 10 yards wide. So you're talking about a really narrow target for the players. As Lottie missed her first green in regulation back at 12 and looks to start a new streak here at the par 3.
Yeah, I don't think the players are really feeling this a little help off the left, and that's pushing their shots right of the green. So hopefully Lottie pay attention to that. And same thing. She started this right edge of the green, and it's just wind's pushing it.
All right, well, gets away with it. It'll be a long birdie effort. As we're back to the green now at 12. And what's the difficulty in this one for Nelly?
It's slower than it looks, and it turns left, or right, excuse me.
On cue. Fell off to the right and still about 3.5 feet, as that one didn't get all the way there for Nelly Korda. She's got a little work to stay within 4 of the lead of Elim Kim, who's putting on a stripe show with the irons right now and paying them off on the greens. Finishing up on the front, she's got a 2-shot lead, and we've got another lesson for you from our resident PGA professional this week, Abby Parsons, doing work on the range.
One of my favorite things to hear is that people are watching more women's golf because of their swings. They always say, it looks like they're barely swinging at it and it's still going far and straight. Crazy concept, I know. So we're going to go over tempo today, because tempo is what's causing that. Now, the best way to work on tempo on the range or on the golf course is to have a cue to yourself in your brain or out loud that helps you. Now, we're in the land of 10,000 lakes, so today we're using the word Minnesota. And by that, I mean when I'm taking the club back, I'm going Minnesota. Minna on the way back, soda on the downswing, and that's going to give me the tempo I need to hit consistent shots. So I'm going to set up to the ball. You're not going to hear me, but in my brain, I'm going to be saying Minnesota. And that tempo, it might not look like I'm trying to kill the ball, but it's going plenty far and plenty straight, and I am happy with that.
You know, she uses Minnesota. I used to use Freddie Couples. What about you, Will?
Well, Nelly Korda uses Coca-Cola. We've heard that from her this year, and I think sales of high fructose corn syrup beverages have gone up. But yeah, Nelly has always talked about
you didn't do the rap.
Coca and then cola on the downswing, and I think a lot of people, maybe some young golfers, have adopted that as well to try and use. After the great shot over the bunker at 12, Se-Young Kim looking to get back to even par.
It got an excellent look from Hannah Green's putt, in almost the exact same spot. It turns left right at the end.
Didn't listen. Supposed to go left at the end.
Ooh. It's these greens that are going to be a challenge this week mentally for the players to be able to trust their reads. There's a lot of slope on some of the greens, and then there's very subtle breaks on others, and it's going to be important to have that consistency in your process to be able to be confident over the ball. What's been really impressive about Nelly Korda is she's really come into her own game with how she prepares for these majors. Each week before a major championship, she's taken that off. She's recognized that she does her prep work at home and then really tries to minimize it when she's at the tournament itself. And it's paid off. You're 2 for 2 in majors. Pretty darn incredible.
Yeah, that's a great point, Amelia. She's learned how to rest as well. You heard her speak about the fact that she was really tired after the Dow, as she should have been. Took some time away and then came back stronger for it. So important to learn how to balance that during your career.
She and Jason make such a good team, too. You just never see them get too high or too low on the golf course. They'll head over to the tee at 13, where just a moment ago, this was Brooke Henderson's second.
Well played.
Good touch there. Trying to keep momentum going as she's gotten it to 2 under par. Lydia Ko played right before Brooke Henderson. She's going to have to make another 9-footer to avoid falling to 4 over in this round. As Alim Kim's making it look easy, finishing up on the front 9. Remember, her first ever start in a major was that win at the 2020 U.S. Women's Open. She's never finished inside of the top 30 in this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. 2 of 5 in making cuts, but off to a flyer start in this opening round, as it's Lottie Woad next.
Yeah, Lottie has about 53 feet. She was very fortunate for this ball to stay on the putting surface. And she's have to get this on a good whack to get it up to the green.
Yeah, her lag putting, Drina, has been so good.
It's been spot on, Susie.
I mean, really, from there, Will, I think, you know, if you're paying attention at home and play a lot of golf, from 53 feet, anything within 5 feet is really a great lag putt, and she's been hitting them within a foot.
What's most impressive to me is she's just well aware if she's uphill or downhill, and I feel like at a major championship you have to know that and trust that. And whether it's, I'm not sure what system she uses, but when I played, you know, if it was uphill, I would picture the hole maybe 3 feet beyond or however much I thought it was uphill. And she's just doing a really good job of judging whether it's uphill or downhill.
Lydia's just been playing too much break on most of her putts today. Let's see if she can get this one fall. It's about 9 feet.
Yeah, she was faced with a really tough bunker shot once again, and she landed it probably the only place she could. And with that front of the green sloping from the front to back, it's just near impossible to get it really close for a good look at par.
And that'll be the 4th bogey of the round, regardless of how the next 5 holes go for Lydia Ko. When we see her again tomorrow afternoon, we'll have the same groups tomorrow afternoon of these Power 6. She's going to have her work cut out tomorrow afternoon to try and avoid missing a 3rd consecutive cut in a major for the first time in her Hall of Fame career. Other end of the spectrum is Brooke Henderson, 4 off the lead, but in a tie for 5th right now. And this would be a nice little up and down to keep momentum going.
Yeah, she's faced with like 4 feet right to left. She had an awesome chip shot from the rough. She took it way back, hinged her wrist, and slid the club right underneath it, hoisted it up, and trickled to the hole. So it was really, really well played.
That's a nice save there.
It's been a great couple of hours for Brooke on the golf course, and a real opportunity to try and put around in the 60s on the board here on day 1. Same can be said for Nelly Korda after surviving that 2-putt at the 12th. Can she find this narrow opening at 13?
She needs to rely on the great iron play, 166 yards. It's only about 25 feet wide where that flag is located. It's all over it if it's the number.
Great shot, Nell.
Yeah, she got a nice kick off the bank, right toward the hole. Beautiful.
An opportunity for another birdie here at this par 3. We've been hyping PGA programs all day long. My personal favorite, PGA Junior League. Get your kid involved. Go to PGAJuniorLeague.com. Even if they don't play golf, they'll have a good time. At Junior League.
Yeah, team golf with partners, 13 and under, and then a 17U league. Great way to learn the game.
Well, Hannah Green generated some nice height with that 7-iron. It was well played and a good understanding of the contours in the green. Seven-iron for Se-Young Kim as well. Important for her to continue to commit to her good ball striking. Even though she's missed a couple of small ones, you don't want that to affect you on the strength of your game on the day.
Oh. And we will need to replace Hannah Green's ball after those two make contact. Similar birdie looks coming up. Brooke Henderson survived 13. You see the sign, short par 4 here at 14. If you can place it in good position, you should have a wedge in for your second.
Yeah, down the left-hand side is really nice today. The whole location tucked on the right.
Just got to avoid the left rough. That's where the bogeys have lived today. Plenty of birdie opportunities. Lottie Woad never gets cheated on his swing. And that appears to be exactly what you dialed up, Susie. Good angle from the left-hand side of the fairway. Henderson and Korda, all part of our featured groups, working their way to the first page of the leaderboard.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI, so when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much is that it can never be perfected?
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
Feature groups midway through their back nine, and the par 3. Got a good look at how narrow there on the right side of your screen the shoot was to try and give yourself birdie looks. We've got a few of them here at the par 3 with the best of this group, Nelly Korda, 2 under. She is 4 off the lead of Alim Kim. Ina Yoon's 1 back in second place with Alexa Pano. Anna Bellat's at -3, but we're still talking about just 18 golfers who are under par in this morning wave. And Hannah Green making sure every imperfection's out of the way before this birdie effort at the par 3.
And because this golf course is not gettable, people aren't firing at flags and making birdie, Hannah Green has hit a lot of great shots. She just needs to remain patient and trust that at some point these putts will fall. This one is going to turn to the right, and Se-Yeon Kim is going to get a good idea of what her putt does because she's right around the same spot.
I mean, putting is the most frustrating aspect of the game, right, Susie? Would you imagine most people just the inconsistency of it? You can, is it me? Is it the line? Is it the stroke? Is it the golf gods? Who's stacked up against me right now today?
Well, I think statistics are too, right? It's not like these are 4 feet. These are outside 20 feet or just about at 20 feet. And certainly statistically, you're not going to make that every time you have it. And to Amelia's point, you know, sometimes on championship greens, you have to play conservatively to tricky hole locations, and that's what you're seeing here.
Yeah, Se-Yeon Kim's losing over 2 shots to the field today. Strokes gained putting. Lottie Woad now second at 14.
125 with a 9-iron. Pins tucked over that bunker, only 7 paces to work with. Wind was in 2.
That's a nice lead.
The only positive putter in this group back at 13 has been Nelly Korda, approaching 60 feet worth of putts made and gaining a shot and a half on the field. And really outside of a couple of misses early in the round, this flat stick has been dialed in the last couple of hours.
It's been dialed in as well for Nelly because of her speed control. with these short putts, she doesn't try and hit them firm in the cup. It's the same kind of speed as it would be with a distance putt. Little right to left in it.
Never a doubt.
Well done, her 4th birdie on the day. Just 1 bogey on the card at the 4th. Continues to climb up that leaderboard.
And maybe what? If you're nitpicking 2 or 3 bad swings today, everything else has been rock solid. Brooke Henderson has dialed in a couple of really good approach shots. Can she do it again here at 13?
She needed about 3 more paces to avoid that little slope.
Can't be too mad. And this is a tough angle now for Lydia Ko.
Yeah, another drive left
pitching
out.
wedge.
Sorry, Dorina. Another drive left out to the right.
Yeah, Susie, was another one of those shots that Lydia is struggling with today, that weak shot right. And, you could definitely tell she had a little fire underneath there. She ripped out driver on this tee box where everyone else is choosing for something a little less.
Certainly want to try and play your way back into this, and we'll see exactly what this golf course has in store for the last 3 KPMG Women's PGA Champions. They'll be part of our featured afternoon group. Minji Lee, winner last year down in Frisco. Amy Yang, what a gratifying victory that was 2 years ago. With Ronnie Yin coming up, and then 11 minutes after them, Charlie Hull and Gino Titicuna, probably 1 and 2 on the list of best players to have not won a major. Certainly got 2 top 5 players in the world of golf. And Gabby Lopez almost won the last major. In fact, it's been a great major season for Gabby Lopez. You could easily convince me that one of those 3 is hoisting the trophy at the end of the week as well. But the curious case of majors of late has been that outside of this woman right here, Nelly Korda, since the beginning of 2024, we have not had a top 10 player not named Nelly Korda win a major. It's only been Nelly. Every other major winner has come from outside the top 10 in the rankings. Nelly trying to play for position here at 14.
Drawing this off the right bunker, that's a wonderful play. It's only 337 yards. It's important to give yourself a good yardage in. Don't need to get too aggressive with it.
So taking a look at this short par 4, 337, as Amelia alluded to, you can see that bunker on the right-hand side. Certainly want to avoid that. No need, though, to actually take it all the way down there into that very narrow area right of the left-hand bunker. So short irons in for all, coming into that 14th hole location today, which is 16 paces on and 9 off the right-hand side.
Well positioned there for Hannah Green. Funny feeling we're going to have some divots in play on the left-hand side of this fairway before the week is over. Everybody trying to thread the needle here.
It's also a hole you get to that you know is a birdie hole. Yes, as a player, you try and treat every golf shot the same, but it's so critical to put yourself in position like these players have done to be able to set yourself up for a birdie. That stays in the fairway. Looks like it's a good lie to the first cut, though.
All right, up on the green. We're all actively rooting now for Lydia Ko to find that first birdie.
Yeah, that was a really good shot from the rough. To stay on the green. Just got putting back uphill. Wow.
Wow. When it rains, it pours. I mean, that was you can't call it a perfect putt. Perfect putts go in, but that was a 9.5 out of 10 that didn't drop for Lydia Ko.
Yeah, and major championships, you know you're going to make some bogeys, but you take a look. Go ahead, Trina.
Sorry, Susie. She's going to have a tough one of the tougher putts here where she has to go up the hill, and then at the probably halfway it's going to go back down to judge that speed.
For her first major top 10 since the Chevron back in 2024. In fact, hasn't had a top 20 in that span since. That's the longest stretch by far that Brooke Henderson has gone in her career without contending in a major. But it's a good start for her. It's been a good start for Lottie Woad. It could be a lot better if this one rolls in.
Yeah, she's looking at right to left putt. I think she didn't pay attention to Brooke's putt as it went by the hole. It does pick up a little bit of speed. So I definitely think she's going to be putting that in the back of her mind. I'm just so overall impressed by Lottie's demeanor, and even after that bogey, you couldn't tell if she was 5 under or 5 over. It's very impressive.
Yeah, this is one of the closer opportunities for her to go.
None of those 3 putts were necessarily easy, but kind of thought we'd coax one of them into the cup, and it's been a long time since she's been able to circle one. So they depart over to the final par 5 on the golf course, and that clears the deck for Nelly Korda with an attackable club in hand.
Nelly from just 118 yards. And another dart. Just dialing it in now.
With the start you would expect from the #1 player in the world, the way that she has been dialed from the outset, and another look for Birdie that would get her within 2 of the lead. Now Hannah Green.
You get in as a flow as a player when you can really start narrowing in your target, giving yourself close birdie looks. That was nice spin control from Hannah Green. Good discipline being left to this flagstick. Seon Kim is going to have a little bit of trickier shot to deal with out of the first cut from 107 yards. Fortunately, it's back into the wind, which will help stop this golf ball. That was well done. These players can't see the bottom of the putting green, so being able to rely on that depth perception and having good visualization on that wedge shot.
Good start here at the par 5. For Brooke Henderson.
Great golf swing. You can tell she loved the look of that hole. Just so athletic.
Only 7 birdies so far today. They're at 15. It was the easiest hole for the week 7 years ago at this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. It is just the 6th easiest hole today, a par 5 that is playing over par by a fraction.
Yeah, you just really want to avoid the left-hand side off the tee.
I second Susie on that, but you definitely want to start at left because the fairway slopes so much left to right.
Well, that is video of a woman fighting her golf swing right now. See if she can guide this driver into one of the better passes of the day. What'd you see out of that one? That one's chasing. That's pretty deep. She's gonna be the longest of the group. Whatever that swing was.
It was less across the line.
Let's repeat that one. Let's repeat that one the rest of the day.
Yeah,
that
correct.
was maybe the best drive of the day so far from Lydia Ko, as we're surveying birdie looks a hole behind.
Hannah Green still trying to get the first birdie of the day. Sometimes it's just the way of the golf round. Out of the 3 putts, Green's looks to be the trickiest. Coming over a subtle ridge, it should turn right early and then back left at the hole.
I mean, just has to feel like that cup is 2 inches wide right now.
You learn so much as a golf fan watching a featured group. Hannah Green is one of the best players in the world. She's won 4 times this year and can't seem to make a putt. It doesn't matter if you're one of the top players in the LPGA, you putt practice for 6 hours a day, or if you're a weekend golfer, everyone has those moments, and it's how you handle that that allows you to finish strong, because you don't know what's going to happen in these last few holes. And it's all about flipping the narrative, saying, how can I have the best finish of my life here? Just totally flip the narrative and see how that changes your body when you're over these shots and these kind of putts where your expectations naturally raise.
This from 11 feet. We haven't seen a whole lot of movement around this hole.
Maybe not a lot of movement, Susie, but I have a strong feeling Nelly is going to continue to move up this leaderboard with this short birdie putt.
Yeah, I agree
She's
with you.
looking very comfortable today.
I think her round's been a masterclass. She started off okay, hit a couple errant shots for her. Didn't stress, didn't panic, let the round develop. Just a masterclass. That's why she's doing what she's doing this year.
And that's the key, not panicking, just knowing your next shot's going to be good.
Oh, that dove hard. Looked just slightly left of where she was lined up to start, and it's a squandered 5-footer that would have gotten her solo third if she had made it.
Right, well done.
All right, both of our feature groups, 4 to go, including Lottie Woad. Bit of an upshooter lie here at the par 5.
Yeah, she's definitely not going for it. She has about 280, and it's all a matter of preference. If you want to see back of those bunkers, but it seems like she's trying to get it up there as close as you can. She hit that really good off that upslope.
Yeah, every single golf swing she makes is just as aggressive as the last.
Oh, to be young and flexible.
Speaking of flexibility, how about the shoulder turn here?
I was going to say, speaking of young. That's well done.
Still 28 years old, but that shaft has been hitting the middle of her back since she was 14, and the driver was the same height she was.
Yeah, good for her dad for not fixing it, not changing it.
I think that's what made her so great, is she has swung her swing, and you know, she doesn't try to mimic anybody else or change it, and she just tries to perfect what she already has. It's a better turn from Lydia.
Wasn't going to make a mistake right, but that'll be an interesting angle coming across the green there at 15.
TV tower is where Nelly wants to finish this fairway tilt from left to right.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, good ball.
By the way, that Brooke Henderson layup that we just saw, she's going to have 50 yards coming up for her third shot. That's the closest anybody has gotten to this 15th green so far today in 2. Get all 4 of these par 5s really kind of setting up to be some version of 3-shot holes, but there's no penalty area in the distance here. Just a lot of bunkering for players to have to contend with on their second shots.
Overall, it's been really good ball striking from this group today. It's just converting with the putter, specifically for Hannah Green and Se-Young Kim. This is leaking to the left. The bunkers come into play if she can get a good kick.
She got a great kick.
Yeah, I mean, Se-Young Kim's hit 12 of 14 greens so far. She's 6th in the field in approach and has given herself a lot of looks, just has made absolutely nothing on the greens. Can't say the same thing for Lim Kim and Ina Yoon, both tied for the lead. They are stealing all of the air, if you will, on the greens with the way that they've been able to putt it. And Korda and the long-hitting Alexa Pano tied for 3rd right now. 3 shots back, but those are 2 certainly head-turning rounds at the top of the leaderboard, and we'll see if Kim and Yoon can maintain that pace, closing things out on the front 9. Up ahead here at the par 5, it's Lottie Woad in a good position after 2 swings.
Yeah, she has about 70 yards, and I would say that's probably the least you want to have into this hole. Gives a good distance where you can hit a little sawed-off wedge shot, it to skip and kind of do like a 1 hop and stop. About 3 paces behind this hole location, the green goes away, so they have that to contend with.
There's the hop, there's the stop.
Yeah, well done. Beautifully executed off that uphill slope.
I was standing kind of behind her, and I was really surprised at her ball position. I thought it'd be more of a, in the middle of her stance to the back, and it wasn't. It was almost probably a ball or 2 up in her stance.
Yeah, hard for us to tell on the screen, but looks like maybe that uphill lie had something to do with that too. Brooke seemingly should be a little bit easier, Drina.
Yeah, her lie is pretty level, maybe just a hair uphill. She's got 50 yards, as Will started to earlier. I think she's looking just to carry that ridge. It's about 7 paces short.
Oh, how good is that?
Lydia is just a pace closer than Brooke. However, she's kind of on the cut line of the first primary in the rough, so it'll be interesting to see how she judges us out of the rough. And the good news, it looks like the grain's going with her, so that's going to help.
Yeah, just hasn't made anything easy on herself today, including angles into these hole locations. But that was really easy for her. Wow, I thought she rolled it.
You said that shot was difficult. Not Lydia Ko.
Oh, that just would have been so great.
One more look at how close this came.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that missed. Maybe that'll still give her a little confidence boost heading into the last few.
Group behind laying up with their second shots here at the par 5. Try to put themselves in a similar position to make the wedges dance.
Well, Se-Yeon Kim has been aggressive with those layups, notably early on the front 9. She got it up there, and that snuck into the rough. But with that left hole location, it should be okay as long as the lie's good.
You see the elevation, and then just kind of how difficult it is to find the number. You know, everybody thinks, oh, what's the number to the hole? Well, the layup number. We saw the challenge for Brooke Henderson and for Lydia Ko and Lottie Woad and all to try and figure out the best spots, but there's so many different ways and positions to put yourself in to be able to make a birdie, as all 3 of these players now survey their birdie looks here on the green at 15.
Looks like Brooke's the first one to go, and she has about 6 feet. Thinking she's looking at the left edge, just out max. The wind has certainly died down significantly from earlier this morning, and definitely has brought out the crowds.
Is this downhill, Drina? Does she have to just roll this into the front edge?
No, it's pretty level, Susie.
Okay. Yeah, beautiful stroke. Just quietly climbing up that leaderboard, as she typically does.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start. I mean, it's been a different Brooke the last couple of years. Outside of winning her country's National Open last year, which sort of salvaged what was, from a result standpoint, statistically speaking, one of the poorer seasons of her career. That sort of was wind in the sails. But you know, outside of that third to start this year, haven't had a single finish in the top 20 for Henderson. And 10 years removed from her breakthrough major win. This is a great start for the Canadian to get to 3 under par and 3 off of the lead.
Lottie's just inside 6 feet. I'd say hers was maybe a hair down. That's going to move from her left to her right as well.
Story of her day when she's hitting close, just hasn't been able to convert. Imagine there'll be some putting drills going on later this afternoon. Not that she's hit bad strokes, just her speed and line aren't quite matching up.
Again, you're even par and you've only missed one green. You feel like you're supposed to get a little bit more out of it. Yeah, we get it. All been there. All it takes is a make on the next green, though, and she'll be whispering loving thoughts to the putter that has been scolded here on the 15th. This has got to go in, right?
Emotion after I said she's been so steady all day. I agree, Will. This is just inside the left side. Pretty level putt.
There we go. Well, it took a little over 4 hours, but we got the first birdie out of the round for Lydia Ko. She knows it too. Better late than never. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. You were talking about staying bogey free. We're down to just 3 golfers in the morning wave that haven't made a bogey. 2 of them are tied for the lead. You wouldn't be surprised to hear that Alim, Kim, and Nina Yoon are bogey free in their round of golf. Nice start for Alexa Pano to get the 4 under par with 2 to go. She's just in front of our featured groups. And Brooke Henderson -3, as is Nelly Korda playing from the first cut for her 3rd now at the par 5.
It's a good lie. Should expect some release.
Yeah, well played.
Maybe not the release that she was expecting. That one was on a beautiful line. And you see the ball of Se-Young Kim already up there close. She's going to have 5 feet to get back to level par.
.51 yards for Hannah Green coming out of the fairway compared to Nelly the first cut. This will have a flatter ball flight and should get a bigger skip.
Yeah. Another 5-footer. Both Green and Kim could really use makes. Nelly Korda is going to putt first with a chance to get within 2 here at the final par 5 of their round.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things changed, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much? Is that it can never be perfected.
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
Nelly Korda after a wedge just underneath the hole to get within 2 of the leaders. A little step after that one. After a short miss on the previous hole, and there would be no miss here. Nelly Korda buries the 8-footer. 5th birdie of the day. And the pursuit for 3 majors in a row is off to a great start here on a Thursday. How can the other 2 in this group lift the lid? Hannah Green to get back to level par. And has to say to herself, finally, as that 5-footer goes in. It's her first birdie of the day. But again, even par is not going to, you're not losing ground. You're gaining ground at even par with 2 leaders even at -6. And now Se-Young Kim to make it a 3-pack of birdies here at 15. We feast on the par 5. And Kim has her long-awaited 2nd birdie. How about that on the par 5 today? Even everywhere else, 2 birdies, 2 bogeys on the 4 par 5s. Lim Kim trying to put herself in position she has not found herself in much. Dating all the way back to that breakthrough win at the U.S. Women's Open in 2020. 1 hole to go on the front. That uphill 9th with Ina Yoon several holes behind her. 2 Koreans atop the leaderboard, followed by Nelly Korda and Alexa Pano. Kim started on the back 9. Took advantage of the first par 5. And there you see 6 birdies. Scrapping together. It's kind of the similar model to what we saw when Hannah Green won on this golf course 7 years ago. She did not drive it accurately that week. Lim Kim has not driven it accurately. Of course, that could include a lot of first cuts. But 22 putts, gaining over 3 shots in the field on the greens, and #1 in the field in approach play today. Of those 11 greens she has hit, several of them have been perfect shots for the major champion. And has found the fairway on her final hole over at 9. So we'll have a opportunity to maybe give herself 1 more birdie look. Could we have a round of 65 from this morning wave today? That would be something. Again, we've got about 1.5 inches of rain Tuesday into Wednesday. So the greens, while they have speed, are certainly inviting to well-struck approach shots. And because of that, early cool temperatures yielded a golf course that was nearly 2 shots over par, and it has leveled off significantly since then. In fact, the golf course has been getting easier over the last hour to 90 minutes. A shot in 4/10 over par, 73.4 right now. The scoring average. As our featured morning groups, each with 3 holes to go. We're over at the par 4 16th hole. This is the hardest hole on the golf course today for the players. 16 bogeys at this 378-yard par 4. major changes on the golf course from the last time this major was contested here at Hazeltine National Golf Club. The tee boxes here at 16 were completely shifted. It used to be a lot of elevation, and they've made this hole look much different from the tee. You play across the water down the right-hand side, and then to this sort of call it a wide peninsula green with water long left and to the right-hand side. It'll be Lydia Ko off of her first birdie of the day to play first.
Yeah, Lydia has about 110 to the pin, and that pin's cut just 3 off the left side, and that's definitely want to avoid that area of the green. Your signal, she has a pitching wedge. There was a little breeze. I feel like this is probably the most exposed green on the golf course coming off the lake here, but that flag is hanging straight down. There's no wind whatsoever. Looks good. It's just right at the pin.
Great look for back-to-back birdies. One of 5 holes here on the back 9 where water comes into play. You get a peek of what that hole is going to look like when you're playing 10. Both the greens kind of coming close to one another here on the back 9. Henderson next.
Yeah, she just in the first cut. She's got 100 yards. However, she has a little more of the green to contend with. The rough that cuts in, it's kind of a jelly bean shaped green. So let's see how she judges that first cut. Awesome shot.
Kind of a reverse pivot there, Jarena, just to really hoist that ball up into the air. And another great shot. Brooke Henderson has looked rock solid today. Lottie Woad, tee to green, has looked rock solid in another fairway, which will likely lead to another green here.
Yeah, her ball striking has been just superb today. Her swings looks really solid, great tempo. Off the tee, it's like she swings, picks up the tee, and goes on her business. And this one, she only has 98 yards with the gap wedge. Nice smooth swing, right at it.
Make it dance. Been a long time since that first and only birdie at the 3rd hole. Yeah, a little bit closer. Here's a look at that new tee box, some 80 to 100 feet taller, and it gives you this just beautiful panoramic view of all of the trouble down the right-hand side. You see the little creek there. There's just nowhere to really miss at this 16th hole, but it is a generous fairway for a 378-yard hole where players are typically hitting less than driver off of this tee. But as I say that, Nelly Korda going to try and scoot one down there with driver. Oh, and scoots it into the creek. One hand was off. That was the quick left miss. And an aggressive play with driver coming off of the birdie for Nelly, and now is in full scramble mode here at 16.
Well, if we've seen any kind of blemish from Nelly Korda's game, it has been a pull, primarily off the tee. And that was just so unfortunate after such a good round going. This is started right, needs to draw a little more, carry that rough on the right side. There's just nowhere to miss it on this tee. It is so intimidating with penalty areas on both sides, and the way that the fairway is angled and bends to the right. You have to hit a perfect tee shot to stay in the fairway.
And having said that, Amelia, as we see, it's going to be 3 wood for Se Young Kim. Were you surprised to see driver in the hand of Nelly Korda?
I was surprised. 270, if you stay farther, hit it, you know, just on the left side, that's the run out. And that's kind of where Nelly, that's in line with where she hits her drive. when you hit 3-wood, it just opens up the fairway. Like say on Kim, she could just commit to the left side of the fairway.
Yeah, you could still, she's kind of guided that one and thought it was still going to be a little bit of a left-hand miss, but because she hit 3-wood, it stays short of the trouble. So Nelly in the drink off the tee here at 16, and she made one bogey today, but she'll be dropping. It's not going to be that great of an angle then coming up for her third shot. Up on the green now, Lydia Ko trying to stretch a couple of birdies together.
Yeah, here she has about 14 feet right to left. Looks like it's a slightly uphill. I don't see a ton of movement in it. Like you said, Will, this would be great to piggyback on the one she just made and head into 17, 18 and finish on a good note.
Oh. Did everything but hit it. Well, two delicious shots from both Brooke Henderson and Lottie Woad. Woad's almost a kick in, but for Brooke Henderson, a chance to join for the moment Nelly Korda at 4 under par.
Yeah, she has a little slippery downhill right to left. I feel like Brooke's been very steady today. Nothing, you know, wow factor or anything, but she just kind of went around her business, hit some fairways, hit some green, made some putts, and that's what you got to do on, especially a Thursday and a first day of a major.
She's definitely picked up her pace of play too, Jarena, which I think looks to me like it's helpful.
Yeah, I definitely think that's helpful. It's amazing playing on tour, and you get, you know, you're in a group and you get warned, and the slower people in your group pick it up, and half the time they start making birdies. But I don't know if that has some something to do with not having her sister on the bag, and you know, I don't know if there's like not as much conversation or what the difference is from her cousin to her sister being on the bag.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, sometimes it's a good thing. It makes her own her decisions and not rely. I know her sister was a big part of her decision making, and especially when, you know, before she realized that she couldn't see very well, I think her sister even had to tell her where the ball went. And so, you know, when you switch caddies, and in a way you kind of have to own your game and make those decisions, and until you can build that trust and that partnership with your caddy, it's kind of all on you.
Ah, it's really good perspective.
Lottie in with birdie. And a look of a player that knows how long it had been between them, but she's under par. That's all that really matters. I know that this could be a coulda, shoulda, woulda type of round of golf the way that she's hit it, but get the round in under par and live to fight another day.
You know, 2 under par, I think, is a good score for today. We knew there was going to be some anomalies that were lower than that, but I think you come in 2 under, sign your card, and you're off to a great start.
Well, the tee shot, Susie finding the penalty area off the tee for Nelly. She's taken her drop, and you know, now just kind of trying to minimize the damage on what was not a stunning result. It's a hard tee shot. You know, you're elevated, you've got water down both sides. You're going to see a lot of balls in the penalty area on either side this week, but for someone who was hitting it as well as she was, that ball never scared land. She'll look behind her, and it's Young Kim to play first.
136 for Kim. This flag on that left side, critical to finish right.
Great shot there.
All right, we need the all-world up and down for par here.
Nelly can rely on the wedge play. It's been so good today, especially on the back nine. Her birdie putts inside of 10 feet, and that's what you tell yourself as a player. All right, hit a bad shot. Now let's go make par.
No less than stellar in her mind, I'm sure.
Well, Hannah Green's golf ball is in a very small old divot. It almost is sitting in a depression. Had to come steeper through that strike to get it up in the air. Not surprised she played out to the right just with the slightly unpredictable lie.
I think she'll be pleased when she gets up there.
Yeah, she wasn't happy with the contact, but the result is fine and a chance for her to go back-to-back with birdies at 15 and 16. But Ina Yoon's thrown another birdie on the board to take the lead to 7 under.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness. Because every champion needs a champion.
Golf isn't easy. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way. But over the last few months, I've traveled across the country working with PGA of America golf professionals to improve every part of my game. And every lesson has been building towards one goal: breaking 100 at Hazeltine National Golf Club.
You can have the information in front of you, but you may not always know how to apply it. These are the people that apply it. They're going to take you from A to B, and even just one lesson, which is nuts. If this is any proof, get a lesson.
And follow my journey in Hannah Gets Good.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Back with Nelly at the 16th green. This after going into the penalty area off the tee left. This for par.
Susie, not only is it an intimidating tee shot, the 16th, but how about this second shot hole location? It is, what, 3 feet basically off the left edge. I mean, it's pretty hard to go at this flag. Very impressed with Se-Young Kim to be able to do so.
Oh yeah, she hit a beautiful shot in there, and Hannah's shot was excellent as well, even though she didn't think she hit a good one out of that tricky lie. But this green is also incredibly narrow, so well done by Hannah and Se-Young.
Should be some slight right to left movement for Hannah Green now that she finally got that first birdie of the day on the last hole. There was a putt inside 4 feet. She gave her caddy a good fist bump, a smile. Naturally, you start to feel a little more relaxed. The shoulders feel softer, and it makes this next putt for birdie feel easier.
Yeah, this from 16 feet, just under 17 feet. So many putts left short today. This is Lottie on the 17th tee, playing 161 yards today. Nicely done. Stay young on the 16th. Now Brooke Henderson at 17.
This is a 7-iron as well for Brooke. Wind is straight down, maybe a hair off her left side. And this is on a great line, just right of the pin.
Nicely done. Now to 16, Nelly Korda for her bogey.
Bogey's not going to kill you on the 16th with how difficult it's playing. Just needs to put a smooth stroke. Oh dear. Two-putting this green felt like something you can control. You can't control a bad swing, but that's going to be disappointing for Nelly.
Lydia Ko now on 17.
It's a 7-iron as well. Really rehearsing that outside the hands move, and I know she really likes to play a cut, but it's just, I feel like it's just starting right and going right.
Yeah, I feel like the club's just getting picked up. Not a whole lot of rotation going on in her backswing, and you can see that in her takeaway practice move. Well, we take a look at this leaderboard. Ina Yoon taking off at -7. Few holes left to play as well.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things change, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
To the 17th green here at Hazeltine. That was Lydia Ko's putt for her birdie. Just waiting on the tee there. Nelly Korda coming off double bogey, kind of unforced error off that tee box while the hole's playing difficult. Certainly unexpected after she turned the driver around after the first few holes. Next to play will be Lottie. Just from about 20 feet. Drina, what's she looking at here?
Straight uphill, there's a little knob to her right that she's going to have to contend with. I think it's going to push off of that and maybe fall a little left. Straight uphill.
Well, while an easy par, certainly would have liked to get that to the hole.
I feel like there's a general consensus out here with these greens that you want to just stay below the hole, and I felt like Brooke's done a really good job of that all day today. And you know, for her ball to stay on top of this ridge was very fortunate. She's looking about 11 feet and straight uphill, and I want to say it's going to maybe move a hair to her left.
Yeah, she really has managed her game beautifully today. Shows in her score.
Really stands out as her distance control with her irons. It's been such a pleasure to watch, and that's what makes these girls really, really good.
Oh, even Lydia thought that was going in. Lydia inside 3 feet for her par.
Pretty simple putt, right to left. Pretty level. She had an awesome shot to leave her that. Like, it's one of those days where it's like, you know, you want to get the most out of your round, but also you're already thinking like, okay, I can't wait to get the driving range to get this straightened out and maybe hit some few putts and get some confidence going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. With her ball striking today, I think where she is, you know, really a lot of grit to stay at that 3 over. See if she can get something done on the 18th. Group behind just waiting, kind of checking out the wind here, seeing what's going on.
I love this wind and hole location for Hannah Green. Wind off the left, flag on the right. She can hit that cut shot and fade it right to the hole. Her distance control has been really nice, especially on the back 9.
Yeah, she's hit that shot quite a few times today, Amelia, and she's hit it well.
It's just so helpful to have a left or right shot in your bag, because that way you can play against the contour of the green. This green pitches from right to left, and you don't get as much rollout, and you're not crossing target. Got it up on the proper ledge.
Yeah, she did. I'm unsure whether that's right up against that second cut or not.
Eight iron for Se-Young Kim. There's a subtle bowl in the front portion of the green. The flag is just beyond that. If you go right of this flag, you have more space to leave it on that upper level, but the flag is off the right, so it's tricky.
Yeah, this on the 17th. Se-Young, you can see the wind has really died down. Flag's barely moving the hospitality area. That's okay.
I've noticed that Se-Young Kim goes with less club and swings harder compared to Nelly. She's not afraid to take more club and understands her rhythm and her tempo enough to be able to take off yardage.
Yeah, she looks like she's going right at it. A good shot, but came up short of, I think, where she expected. Well, these players really have hung in there. Just not a whole lot of putts falling today. Nelly starting off a little flat, but certainly turned it around mid-round and then had that blip in the road at 16. Hannah just has had nothing fall. Had some really good putts today, but struggled slightly with the driver. But that's always been something she's spoken about, still working on the consistency with the driver. Se Young, so good with approach to a green, but just not converting today. So they'll walk up to the 17th, hopefully get one back before they finish their day. How's the atmosphere out there, Amelia?
The atmosphere is busy as the sun's coming out. It's getting warmer. People are loving this golf course. A lot of elevated areas around the greens, making it easier to spectate, which has been really fun to watch, and just an awesome day out here in round one.
Yeah, it's fun to see the crowds growing as time goes on during the day. We've got some great groups in the afternoon to follow as well. Charlie Hull teeing off this afternoon. Having seen a lot of the golf, most likely, maybe taking some insights away from this morning's round.
Well, how good was Charlie Hall, Susie, at the U.S. Women's Open? And Gabby Lopez. This is one of the best finishes I've ever covered. Every single player, including Nelly Korda, stepped up. There was no one who missed a putt down the stretch or didn't hit a great shot coming in. Charlie made her par in 18. Gabby birdied 18. Nelly birdied the 17. Then, of course, Lipton that 2-footer on the 18. It was unbelievable finish. I think everyone was rooting for a playoff, but of course happy that Nelly was able to get the win.
I was going to say the whole world was leaning to the right as Nelly hit that putt, and we all thought, but it was so, to your point, what an exciting week for women's golf, historic week for women's golf at Riviera at the U.S. Women's Open, and then to come here at Hazeltine.
Susie.
Just this golf course that's incredible. That's hosted so many championships. Hopefully we'll have the same sort of finish come Sunday. All right, these three sufficiently stocked their way around their putts.
Yeah, Se-Young Kim's going to be first to play. Coming over this bowl, it's going to be a slower putt. Shouldn't have a ton of movement, though.
Oh, wonderfully done.
She's burned a lot of edges today, hasn't she? Even par for her with one to go. And speaking of that one, Lottie Woad on the tee at the closing par 4.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the longer holes, playing straight uphill. She's missed this to the right in the bunker. It's going to make a tough shot to get to the green, too.
Yeah, lots of bogeys today out of that right bunker on the 18th already.
Half of the back fringe for Hannah Green.
This is going to be a big bender coming off the fringe.
Really nicely done. Easy par.
And there's just two different ways to look at it around at golf, right? You know, you want to get off to a great start. You know that there's a 7-under par out there, but it's like, if this is my worst round of the week and it's even par, that's a good thing, right? Just how you frame the start of a tournament. I think if Brooke Henderson can be 3 under all 4 days, she might have a chance to win this for a second time, and that is absolutely piped at 18. And now Nelly, boy, how sweet this would be if it went in after the travails a hole ago.
green. That was surprising. I did not expect her to be tentative on that one.
Now how quickly can you forget the 4-footer that was just missed for bogey on the previous hole?
If those thoughts creep in as a player, you just have to narrow your focus as small as possible. Where is my start line? Where am I going to hit it? And think of your tempo. That's how you make a putt and forget about the missed short one on the last.
No trouble there. Has missed 2 putts inside of 5 feet so far today. The real blemishes on what before the 6 has been a great opening round of golf, but a chance for a birdie at 18 to shoot around in the 60s. Lydia Ko last to bat on the tee over there at 18. And the last couple of tee balls from her have certainly been better than how the day started in what has been a taxing round of golf, emotionally and physically. About a half an hour away from our last 3 KPMG Women's PGA Champions teeing it up. Minjee Lee, the only one in the field that can say she's defending a title this year, alongside Amy Yang and Ronnie Yin, and then 11 minutes after them, Charlie Hull, Gino Titicun, and Gabby Lopez, all looking for their first major here at Hazeltine.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things changed, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI, so when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
What is it about this game we love so much is that it can never be perfected.
It's the community you build.
So that I can practice anywhere. It's because it's a game for everyone.
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
PGA of America. We love this game.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
All right, back with our featured group coverage of this opening round of the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. It's been a good ball striking day for Lottie Woad, but a little bit of work in front of her for her final approach shot of the round.
Yep.
Yeah, she's got about 196 to the pin and looking at 163 to the front. Her ball was fortunate to pop out of the bunker. However, her right foot is going to be significantly lower than the ball. It's maybe a couple inches. from being in the bunker. But she does have a clear shot at the green.
Yeah, so that tree that we saw, that's not going to be in her way at all, Adriana?
No, it's not. What makes it a lot easier is our ball's sitting down, so it's going to come out low regardless. But I think Lydia's about to play. She has 4 hybrid in her hand. 196. Very rare out here, but she has a very flat lie.
Yeah, this long par 4 playing 427, hitting fairway middle into there, all the way to the back hole location.
Seemed like she struck that well. Maybe it was aimed a little left, just in case she missed it to the right, like she has been all day today.
Yeah, this lie for Lottie is tricky because you are forced to hang back a little. You can't get through the shot as easily. Sometimes your hands will flip over and throw this to the left. She's just going to try to keep her balance and stay through it.
Yeah, keep that way on the left side. She's got a 5-iron. Punched it low and it's headed left. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, trying not to sully what's been a perfectly good round of golf. And again, you'll accept even par today on a challenging layout. You're not looking at the top of the board where, by the way, Ina Yoon just made another birdie at 8 to get to 9 under. I don't know what golf course she's been playing today, but not the same one that we've been watching. But the way that Lottie Woad has hit it, to only get even par out of it is probably going to feel a little frustrating if she doesn't get that one up and down. Not the same dilemma for Brooke Henderson after a perfect tee ball here.
Yeah, well, she smashed this drive. As soon as it hit the fairway, it just ran a mile. The ball's just below her feet. However, she is on a slight downslope. She has about 160 to the pin, which is going to help. That hole location's a little in the back, and it can scoot back there, and hopefully end on a great note.
Oh yes.
Yeah, she did just that.
I'd be curious to hear from Brooke at the end of the round how she felt the ball striking was, because we talked about it a little bit. I mean, she's 78th on the LPGA Tour this year in strokes gained approach. That's below average after ranking in the top really 10, 15 in that category for much of her career. In fact, just 4 seasons ago when she was second on tour in scoring, she was 13th in approach. It's been that aspect of her game that's really gone away the last couple of seasons. And boy, she has hit some approach shots though today, Susie, that are just absolutely stellar where she has fitted into some of these hole locations.
Almost top 10. She's 11th in approach today. Obviously just the morning wave.
Back on the tee now with Hannah Green.
A stellar tee shot is needed on this 18th tee with bunkers guarding both sides of the fairway. That was striped from Hannah Green. Important to pick a target up behind the green when you can't see the bottom of the fairway and commit to that.
Yeah, she certainly likes to aim right off that tee box. Tends to come over it slightly and pull it back to the fairway. She's got away with it quite a few times today. That is another one. Got a good kick in the first cut of rough instead of that deep stuff.
Yeah, she's almost set up to hit a draw for the right-hand side and then hits a pull cut to where she's set up to hit it. And it's been a couple of awkward tee shots today for Se-Young Kim. Nelly has been pretty rock solid with this club, except for the errant left miss at 16 that cost her 2.
Yeah, she's hit 8 out of 13 fairways today. A couple of those just off the fairway in the first cut. But that's a beauty.
We saw why it's so important to find the fairway at 18. Lottie Woad did not, and now we are in scramble mode.
Yeah, she has about 63 yards to the pin. I took a look at her lie, and where you can't really see it from maybe 10 yards away, standing over it, there's not much grass behind it, so I would anticipate a clean strike. Looks like it's right at it, and wow, that is a lot of spin out of that.
We've seen that a couple of times around the greens, or those little feely shots from that 50 to 75 yard range, even in the first cut, Susie, just kind of stopping dead instead of getting what I think most players are expecting to be a little run out.
Yeah, agreed. Coming out maybe a little high in the face too. Pretty standard chip shot here.
Lydia chips a little downhill. Could be like a little stab shot and a little quick. It's
been an even par back nine for Lydia, but boy, how many times have we said that today? Putting that 5 to 15 foot range for par. She's just had way too many of them.
Definitely one of those days you're looking for that iced tea. Sit in the air conditioner for a minute and then pull yourself together and figure out what you want to work on first.
I was going to ask you that question. I guess I could pose it to Jarena as well. After lunch, what's the first thing Lydia is going to do, in your opinion?
Definitely hit the range. I think she has some real versus feel to sort out. So I feel like she's feeling one thing, and obviously that's not the real what's going on. So, you know, I think it might be a call to the swing coach, and I feel like it's kind of one of those snowball effects. If she can get the ball in the fairway, get it on the green, that'll definitely take the pressure off her short game and her putter.
You know, Jarena, I don't know any great players the caliber of Lydia that enjoy playing golf thinking about mechanics, and you can see that's what she's doing.
Yeah, she's definitely trying. I feel like she's trying to find something and find a little feel in her, whether it's her waggle or practice strokes, and I just hope that she can work that kink out after this round. Now we have Lottie straight uphill, about 30 feet. Should go left to right.
She's had this 30-footer a lot today. Let's see if she can get this one in the bottom of the cup.
Let her in.
Oh, man. Thought maybe we talked her into it.
34 putts in this round of golf for Lottie Woad. I know a lot of people were wondering how would you respond from the short miss last week that cost her a third title. I thought she putted great today, Susie. Just nothing went in. Didn't hit a lot of things close, and that's probably around a 70 or 69 that turned into around a 72 today for Woad.
Yeah, she had a couple opportunities that were closer and much more doable. I think her lag putting was terrific today, but to your point, proximity, just if she can get that a little tighter and zoned in tomorrow and then make a couple where she's been aggressive and gotten the ball closer to the hole location, she'll get far more under than she was today.
Yeah, I feel like she struck the ball really well. She can't be disappointed with her ball striking. Obviously, she had a maybe she was between clubs. I know in these championships, if you get between numbers, it's hard to get really close. So, you know, she's just got to focus on the positives. But here we have Brooke about 15 feet. We go right to left, a little downhill.
Yeah, I think too, Jarena, we have to keep in mind this is playing 6,800 yards today.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like they have wedge in every hole that they're supposed to hit at 15 feet. So to your point, her ball striking was great. When you look at the leaders, they're just incredible rounds of golf on this golf course.
Right. It's hard to shoot really low when you're hitting to 30 feet, but you know what? I guarantee these girls are going to make a lot more 30-footers than they are chipping for birdie. So she's kind of just got to stick to her plan and
And you know, whether it's a between day, I've had those days where it's like, man, I just kind of, you send over the fairway and you're like, is it a 7? Is it an 8? It's not just like, oh, got it. Here's the number. Here's the club. We're going to hit it. We have Lydia. 9 feet. Uphill right to left.
Well, she's got her work cut out for her tomorrow afternoon to try and make her first cut in a major this season. And to put a bow on the ball striking that you ladies were talking about, nobody in the morning wave is going to hit more greens than Lottie Woad did. 16 of 18 greens. No one's better than that.
Yeah, that's what she needs to take away. And, you know, realize she didn't hit poor putts. Just a couple that you'd hope she'd make, she missed. It would have put her at 2 under instead of even. But she's got 3 days left. This is just the first day of a very long stretch.
And a great transition. The only player that could match her by hitting 16 of 18 greens in regulation in the morning wave is Se-Young Kim.
It's going to require everything from this shot from Se-Young Kim to do that. 197 yards. Trying to skirt something in between the bunkers up to the front of the green.
Yeah,
that's going to be a long putt from where she was. That is a beauty. And she did match it, Will. Look at that.
That's a gur. Give her the gur.
I mean, that's a heck of an iron from 197, and she put her whole body into that finish.
This green tilts from left to right, and that flag's on the right side. 33 paces on. Neat to land it short of the flag stick.
Yeah, that's a nice play for Hannah. Hole high, well done.
This kind of setup at the lie's good for Nelly. This kind of setup at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship is what we're wanting. Be able to reward the longer players. Nelly Korda only has 146 yards in. The fact that she can rip driver on these long parcours gives her that advantage to now hit the closest approach shot, which she's done an excellent job at today.
Yeah, also well done.
Amelia talking like someone that ripped driver with the best of them.
I definitely don't hit it that far, but I wish. My irons are pretty far because I compress them, but my driver, I had to accept that I was just going to be average. As long as it's straight, I'm okay now.
Learn more about the PGA of America's Reach Foundation by heading to pgareach.org so all can love the game. A lot of people out today loving the game, and many of them may be loving the game because that woman inspired great play at 27 years old, face of the sport, especially in this country. Maybe unfair to say the face of the women's game globally, but certainly in the United States. Nobody shouldering more responsibility in the game of golf on the LPGA Tour of late than Nelly Korda. And I guess, Susie, your sort of elevator pitch thoughts of what you've seen from Nelly today with all of the expectations on her, you know, the prohibitive favorite and trying to do something that very few in history have done in winning 3 majors to start the year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to paraphrase for her poorly probably, but she said, you know, she really had her B game at Riviera, still got the job done because of her scrambling. Comes in here with just a ton of pressure on her, an incredible season. But it really would be self-imposed pressure. There's nothing left to prove for Nelly other than the fact that she'd love to win 3 in a row. And, you know, following 2 others that have done that in their career would be pretty amazing and incredible. So I like what I saw. She didn't come out of the gate super quickly. She had some shots, I think, that were errant right out of the first 3 holes. Turned it around, settled down, made a bunch of birdies in the middle of her round, and, you know, had one blip at the end of the round, perhaps a little lack of focus. But you take a look at Ina Yoon, oh my goodness, this round of golf is incredible. Bogey free, Will, as we talked about earlier. We weren't expecting a lot of people to be bogey free on this golf course, and she just, I mean, she clobbered the par 5s, that's for sure. The only one she didn't birdie was the 11th. And you look at that par 4 scoring, birdied 3 of the par 3s, and anytime you do that in any major championship, you are going to gain an enormous amount of strokes on the field. So Ina Yoon had just an incredible round of golf. Congrats to her.
Tied for 4th of the Chevron Championship earlier this year. That was her first top 10 in a major. This is just her 8th start in a women's major. And 9 under par was good enough to win the entire golf tournament 7 years ago. She's got a 20-footer on the 9th to shoot 62 and be 10 under par. Unbelievable, as Se-Young Kim surveys this for birdie. She's got a little tester coming back to try and get this one officially in the house at even par. And as the other two survey theirs, I got Susie's thoughts on this round of golf today from Nelly as she gets ready for this birdie putt. What are your takeaways, Amelia?
Nelly's been patient today. Patient after a couple of missed shots early in her round, backing it up with some birdies in the middle. Patient after the double bogey on 16, not being frustrated. She walked over to her family, gave her jacket away as it got warmer, chatted with her little nephew Grayson. So not rattled by one hole out of all the incredible golf that she's done. And this is a makeable putt. There's not a lot of movement. It's uphill the entire way.
There was a lot of good today with the putter, Susie, from Nelly. There was a little bit of bad with the putter as well. But if you took Ina Yoon's score off the board right now, and you'd say, all right, Nelly just shot 70 with a double. You say, yeah, good position.
Yeah, we said 2 under. 2 under at the beginning of the telecast. I thought would be a good round for Nelly to start this week off with. I'm sure she's going to walk away and say, wow, I left a bunch out there. But 2 under is right where she needs to be. And, yes, she's 7 back, but we all know in major championships things happen along the way. We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow will bring.
Let's see if Hannah Green can make 2 birdies in her round late. Made her first birdie of the day on the 15th hole. Also someone who has shown that kind of patience. Just tricky to read these greens. They're very subtle. Speed control's been wonderful, though. Se-Young Kim has been really fun to watch putt. She's an aggressive putter, and when she makes it, she almost starts walking it in right after impact. I really enjoyed it, and maintaining the consistency in her routine with her setup, that's so important when it comes to aiming the putter and making, converting on those putts.
Yeah, and a little bit unconventional setup too, but you're right, she has repeated it all day. Well done, good putt. She gets a little squatty. Gets the hands a little closer, a little low.
A lot to like from the ball striking of both Green and Kim today in this featured group. If they can roll them in tomorrow, could make a move up the leaderboard. A couple of even par rounds. Nelly low on the board with the 70 today out of this featured group as our 2 morning threesomes are done. Our next one on the tee within the next 10 minutes to start on the back 9, but the bar has been set, not just in what a good day could be, but how about a great day? How about a career major best day from Ina Yoon? 9 under par is the lead. Nelly is going to be 7 back of that, likely at day's end, as we are 8 minutes away from Minjee Lee, Amy Yang, and Ronnie Yin heading to the 10th tee as our feature group coverage goes into the afternoon, deep into the night here at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
What do you see when you walk into a golf course?
Lots of fans come out to see these players. Just magic.
You know, maybe her time and moment have gone.
And in. Incredible.
When all you hear is the hush of anticipation, the months, the years of preparation come down to this. KPMG knows that behind every great champion is a great team, one built to find the edge that can make all the difference. We pair insights and inspiration, human intelligence with AI. So when the moment arrives, our clients are ready to reach for greatness, because every champion needs a champion.
Golf isn't easy. Trust me, I've learned that the hard way. But over the last few months, I've traveled across the country working with PGA of America golf professionals to improve every part of my game. And every lesson has been building towards one goal: breaking 100 at Hazeltine National Golf Club.
You can have the information in front of you, but you may not always know how to apply it. These are the people that apply it. They're going to take you from A to B, and even just one lesson, which is nuts. If this is any proof, get a lesson.
And follow my journey in Hannah Gets Good.
So I got this friend who said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
A lot of things used to suck, like cell phones the size of frozen lasagnas. But things changed, and after a giant test of millions of customers and data points, now T-Mobile has the best network, by like a lot. Check it out for yourself. You can switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes and see what it means to have America's best network. Hey dude, you won't believe where I am.
Oh, this shot is easy.
Yeah, you got this shot.
I don't think every club gets to have a woman professional who's played on tour.
I would even kind of step my left foot back and just...
I love being a PGA coach. I've been coaching for about 21 years.
We really talk a lot while I'm practicing. This boy shouts, "You girls know how to play golf?"
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
One of the hard things about golf is because it is all on you, you can be really hard on yourself. I know I have been.
You were not far off at all.
She can help me with the mental side of the game.
There it is.
Every student enjoys being with Jen. When children take an interest in golf, who are they going to see? Jen. That's pretty special.
Even when you watch the KPMG Women's PGA, just know that they're nervous too, even though they don't look like it.
Just trying to work with people to, be a lot kinder to themselves.
Really nice putts.
Thanks to you.
And I also know the steps that it takes to get to the highest level.
It's really good to have a girl coach who's been at the LPGA to coach me, because that's my ultimate goal.
We got it, girl. We got this figured out. You're ready.
Golf has been really good to me. It's given me so much.
Jen has been a bright spot for the addition to the coaching team at Hazeltine.
How good is that?
She's so approachable, she's so knowledgeable, and she represents the PGA so well. When you have that kind of personality and love for the game, it trickles off to other people, and then they feel like they can love it as much as she does.
Yeah.
Our lessons are working!
They are working.
Always a great week to celebrate the fine men and women teaching every day in the PGA of America and this KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Great play today. Still don't know what golf course Ina Yoon was playing. She's at 63 to lead by 4. We saw some wonderful golf out of our morning feature groups, transitioning here to our afternoon feature groups in just a few moments. But we talked about it a lot. We've had a couple players shoot 80s in the 80s so far today. And the disparity, that volatility on the golf course, Susie Whaley, allows for you to have greatness and a challenging major setup here today for the third major of the year.
Yeah, the golf course is long. It received almost 2 inches of rain on Tuesday, so a little soft. We saw a bunch of rollouts, though, this afternoon, so certainly it's getting firmer as the week goes on. But major championships are tricky and difficult to manage.
One of those great rounds in our feature group coverage, the 69 shot earlier today by Brooke Henderson. We get to see every second of it, Brooke, and she joins us now. Brooke, it ties your best opening round of the season. I have to imagine a very, very pleasant walk for you today to finally get a little something out of your game.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels really nice to see my name near the top of the leaderboard, to get it under par, especially at a major championship and on a tough golf course. So, it felt good out there today. I felt like my ball striking was in a really nice spot and saw some putts go in.
All right, I want to know about the golf course, how you found it, and then more importantly, when you got in and saw that someone put a 63 on the board, are you wondering, like we are, what golf course Ina's playing today?
Yeah, definitely. That's very impressive. I looked at her scorecard quickly, and there was just so many circles. So I guess it's out there, but it also can play very challenging and very tough. So I think the key for me the next couple of days is just hitting different spots, sticking to my strategy over the next few days, and hopefully continue that pure ball striking and see if I can get myself some good looks to try to catch her.
Yeah, Brooke, what is it about the KPMG Women's PGA Championship setup that you love, that strategy you speak of? What is that? Because you always play well in these.
Well, thank you. I love this championship. I think it really started in 2015 when I received a sponsor invitation to play and ended up finishing T5 that week. And ever since then, I love coming to these championships. I love playing these really hard but beautiful and iconic golf courses, and I just love the energy and atmosphere that this championship has every single year. And obviously winning in 2016 also helps with that as well. But I think just trying to play smart, and every week or every year I look forward to this week. So just trying to play the best I can.
Brooke, we want to talk about golf, but let's be honest, that's not even the number one thing that was probably on your mind today. I know it's been a very exciting day for the family, and now besides champion Brooke Henderson, Aunt Brooke Henderson sounds pretty good. How are things going with the whole family, and when did you find out?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I found out first thing this morning, right when I woke up, and it's just such exciting and beautiful news, and everyone's really healthy, and I can't wait to meet my niece next week. Just really happy for my sister and brother-in-law and my whole family.
Does she have a name?
Yes, it's actually Sahali.
Oh
so
my gosh.
It means a lot to me. Yes.
That is amazing. Well, congratulations on that and your play today.
Thanks, Brooke.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
How good is that? 10 years after the win at Sahali at this championship, and now a Sahali into the Henderson family. That is really cool. As our next feature group is underway, we're transitioning to the afternoon and off the back nine.
Amy Yang.
Last year's champion down the right-hand side here at 10, and the champion from 2 years ago, Amy Yang, next to play.
Yeah, this is Amy's 19th year on the LPGA Tour. 6 wins for Amy over the course of that time.
It's her 18th appearance in this major championship.